dokie, ooh woo. All my hearts for you, my wonderful fiance, Seamus.
Hello friends, welcome to the kitchen. We're back. We made it. It is Saturday instead of Sunday because tomorrow is Father's Day, but here we are. We're gonna make all of the delicious things. Congratulations to Essaclis for being the official first. Kags was our official second and Seamus was our official third. Welcome in, you guys. Hello also Orca. I see you. I see you. You guys, I am both ready and not ready to bake. We've been having like these really beautiful mild weathered days for probably like almost 2 weeks now. And today, the day that I am going to bake, the day that I'm gonna run my oven and whatnot, it decides that it's gonna be 76 Fahrenheit. I was like, really? Really, today's the day you're gonna get warm and muggy? Of freaking course it is. Suffering in heat wave, I'm not, yeah, I've heard that it's really hot over where you are, Orca. R.I.P. my IC, yeah, I have it on. It's in the back, it's on, it's going. What are you doing, Hera? That is definitely not a shelf for cat ass, but okay. Did you lose something under there, baby? I have no idea. She might have knocked a toy under a shelf. She's like staring at it as if she did. But here's the thing, she's a cat. It could be a shadow under the shelf for all I know, and she's just trying to get at that. Meow. Yeah, 96.8 Fahrenheit, or yeah, 96.8 would be really warm. I had to look at that again. I was like, wait a second. Yeah, that's too warm. It's about 20 degrees Fahrenheit cooler here, which would put it probably somewhere around... Hi, Mama Jeannie, welcome in. You want to hydrate? Okay. It would put it around probably like 30 C, somewhere approaching that. I'm not sure. My brain is fuzzy right now. It's very fuzzy. Sounds nice to you? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 76 Fahrenheit isn't that bad until you want to bake. And then it's like, ooh, a little warm, you know? Still too hot? Yeah. Yeah. Hera is definitely in a play mood. She's definitely wanting to play. Did my dad answer me? Okay, he did. I'll reply to him this. Hi, Brandy. Welcome in. How are you? How are you, friend? So, yeah, the weather doesn't want to cooperate with baking, but thankfully, we're not going to be running the oven for both things that we're doing. We're going to be making rainbow slice and bake cookies, which are these like really nice vanilla cookie with some piped icing on them. And then we're making Rice Krispie treats, also rainbow. The portions of this that require heat is with the Rice Krispie treats, we'll be using the microwave, which doesn't generate that much heat, to melt the marshmallows and stuff. Easy peasy. And with the slice and bake cookies, we don't have to do anything with heat until it's actually time to bake them. We are gonna start with the cookies because they're gonna need to go in the fridge to chill. And while they're chilling so that they can actually be sliced and then baked, we will put the Rice Krispie treats together. And by the time we're done with the Rice Krispie treats, which will need to then go in the fridge to chill and set up, we will start taking the cookies out to slice and bake them. It should work out beautifully. Should work out beautifully. Humidity of 77% humidity is gross. Yeah, Rice Krispie treats. Welcome in, Red Wing. How are you? Hi, Spaceballs. Welcome in. How are you? So yeah, we made the rainbow slice and bakes last year. So this is the same recipe. It's in my Discord. New this year, instead of a rainbow bundt cake, I am making rainbow Rice Krispie treats. I've never actually made Rice Krispie treats, so I love them. I love eating them. They are delicious. I've just never actually made them. They are very easy. I have no fear that we are going to be able to make them perfectly. None whatsoever. Same? You've never made Rice Krispie treats either? Well, perhaps this is the universal sign that you should also make some Rice Krispie treats. And the beautiful thing about them is you can change the flavor. You could easily change the flavor. What, Hera? Yeah? Yeah? Is that so? You have a lot to tell me today. I'm not picking you up right now. I'm not. I know you would like uppies, but I'm not picking you up right now. I can put a chair behind me so you can sit and lounge. Would you like that? And then the people can see you. Come here. Oh, right up. Hi. Hello. I'm not picking you up. I'm petting you with the back of my hand for a reason, little girl. Yes. Because I'm going to have to do stuff. Oh, are you going to be cute? Are you going to be cute? I know you can feel the air conditioner, huh? Yes. That's her chair now. But uppies, she always wants uppies when I come into the kitchen to bake. Whether I'm on stream or not, I come to this spot, she thinks she's getting uppies and she's not. Going to make homemade marshmallows before you make homemade Rice Krispie treats? I've never made homemade marshmallows either. I've never done that either. But I don't think it would be that difficult, right? It's basically a form of meringue with gelatin, if I remember right. I would not mind sitting in that chair and cuddle that kitty. She would love that. Huh, Hera? You would love that. Yeah, you got the devil in your eyes right now. You got the devil in your eyes, sweetheart. Cable Bill saga continue. Oof, good luck, Red Wing. Actually posted to another house for May and she was fixing it. Yeah. She does know. She does. One has basically cat holding duty. Yeah, no. She's typically okay if I give her like a chair. And she'll stay there for a while. And then she'll go explore and then she'll come back and ask for uppies and I will point out the chair and she'll get on the chair and it'll be fine. At some point she'll get uppies. This is like a thing, but not until I can reasonably give her uppies, right? I was a little late on taking the butter out, but it feels like it's starting to soften, so we're good there. We're good there. I still have the muscle cramp in my calf, you guys. So if you see me in weird positions or whatever, it's because I'm still trying to stretch it out. Like, it is in one specific spot. I can pinpoint it. I can push on it with my fingers. Oh my God, it is so tender to push on with my fingers. Like, I don't know where it came from. I don't know why it's there, but it is the same leg that has been really locking up when I would go for long walks. And I would just kind of walk through the discomfort. I don't want to call it, like, I suppose if I had a normal relationship with pain, because ginger hair, not a normal relationship. I suppose if I had a normal relationship with pain, I would describe it as pain. But since I've already gone through the having 8 out of 10 pain walking, now it just feels like discomfort. It probably is actually like a 3 or 4 out of 10 on the pain scale, and I'm just not registering it anymore because yay, ginger genetics. But it's the same leg. It is the same exact leg. So I'm hoping that it just works itself out. And if it doesn't, I will have to consider calling the doctor. You know. Yeah, more normal pain relations. Yeah, yep, it does make it interesting. Feeling that something else may be afoot with that cable bill. My late grandma who passed away in April. I'm sorry to hear about your grandma. Same name. Oh, maybe Red Wing. That's possible. I have not put heat on it. I did take a hot shower though. I needed a shower and that did not help. So it's had moist heat, which is typically the better of the heats for stuff like that. It just hasn't really helped yet. Standing and moving seems to help it a little bit. It's when I sit down and I'm still for too long. Cat hair on my face. So if I'm in a weird position, I'm probably just stretching my calf. If I suddenly like have to stop everything I'm doing and bend over, it's because I'm fixing my calf. That is the only benefit I have right now because I'm a licensed massage therapist. I was trained, literally trained in how to handle cramping muscles. So when I did like that big stretch where you push your shoulders back and you like point your toes and stretch them down to the end of the bed, when I did that and immediately cramped my leg, like bam, immediate. I knew first to stick my thumbs into exactly where it was cramping, and when that didn't release, I pulled my toes forward towards myself, because by doing that, I'm forcing the opposing muscles, the antagonists, to work, and the two muscles that oppose each other can't be active at the same time. So by me actively telling those muscles to pull my toes towards my face, it does force the other muscles to let go, but I had to get up and walk for a little bit so it didn't just radiate all the way up to my hip and stop me from going back to sleep. Because let me tell you what, 4 hours of sleep ain't enough. It's just not enough. They really are. Yeah, they are stubborn. They really can be stubborn. So at least I have the training to release the cramp. I have done this so many times when I was going to pole dance and people would get cramps working on pole moves and stuff. I've done it when I volunteered at marathon races, when the runners would get done running. Sometimes they would get leg cramps and stuff and we'd have to release them. Like, I have worked with cramps. I just have never experienced cramps like this, and they suck. Long time, moved the bed and it was over. Yeah, bicep cramps would also be miserable. They would be miserable. So we're working through it. This is also, as a reminder, this is the last stream until Friday. There will be no stream tomorrow. This is tomorrow's stream a day early because of Father's Day. And then Monday afternoon, Seamus and I are heading out of state to go have a nice vacation. And we won't be back for a few days. So somebody else will be handling the kitties. They will make sure they get plenty of love and whatnot. We are gonna go have a nice quiet time. Considering this is day 7 in a row of streaming, I'm ready for a vacation. I'm so ready. And if it weren't for the fact that I very much want to do something for Pride before like the literal last day of June in the baking department, I would have considered just saying, sorry guys, there won't be a stream until Friday, but I really want to do this. So we're doing this. Was under your foot straight into your big toe? Yeah, that's not fun either. That's not fun either, Orca. You have one right now that doesn't want to go away. In your bicep, Kags? Is it in your bicep? Because that's what I want to know. Well, I wait for that answer. For the rainbow near the armpit, okay. So if it's in the bicep, which would be this muscle here. Sorry if I'm accidentally knocking the mic. It's this muscle here. Your bicep is responsible, and I'm going to tell you this because this is important to know. Your bicep is responsible for this motion, okay, of raising your arm. And it's also a little bit, it can be this motion. So the two things you can do is, first of all, take your opposite thumb and try to find the point that you can just jam it in, or go for the middle, the belly of the muscle, and just push. That alone can help relieve a cramp, but if it's not, I want you to take the back of your hand and I want you to brace it on something and then push down as you push into your bicep. So what you're trying to do is activate your triceps, the antagonist muscle, by doing this, but by not allowing your arm to actually do it, you can exert continuous force, which should force the cramp to more or less release in the bicep. If it's really, really high up close to the armpit, it could be anterior deltoid, which you would need to actually swing your arm back to activate posterior delt, which you can do by linking your elbow in and pushing in while also jamming your fingers in. So that would be how I would relieve either of those cramps for you, Kags. Hopefully one of those works for you. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, because not fun. You can't lift arm up or outwards. So you can't go up and you can't go out. That would definitely be delts and not biceps. So try the elbow trick. Try the elbow trick. I know it feels like it's bicep, but it's probably actually anterior delt. You're welcome. Fingers crossed that we've nailed it and you're able to relieve that, because no fun. It is no fun. So pec major wouldn't be responsible for the motion that Kags is having trouble with. Otherwise, yes, it does connect in there. Pec major covers, I'm gonna move this real fast. I can do it over here. I'm so used to demonstrating on my right side. Pec major covers here. It is a very big muscle, but only a tiny little portion of it connects into here. Pec major is responsible for actually, like, if you try to squeeze in, that's pec major and pec minor. And it also helps with internal rotation of the arm. So you can see this by, you bend your elbow and this is internal rotation and then external rotation. It helps with it, but it's not super primary towards it. Pec major and pec minor are primarily chest moving muscles with minimal shoulder movement. Brain was like, wait, there's more muscles in the armpit. There's so many muscles in the armpit area, but when it comes to what motion they do and where the pain is, that changes everything. It's all bicep, almost pit for the pain, yeah. So I'm guessing it's probably anterior delt. It could be coracobrachialis, which is your armpit muscle itself. It's like literally right in here. And it is what you, like, if you can squeeze the back, it's kind of back there, but it's in the armpit. And that muscle is responsible not for moving your arm up, but for pulling your arm back in. There's so many of them. Welcome to Anatomy Lessons 101 with Sam, because I loved anatomy when we had to learn it for a massage. Like, the only muscles that I really don't have all of the names for are the intricate facial muscles, because we didn't need to know them according to the New York State licensing boards. If I had gone to school to be an esthetician, I would have learned all of the facial muscles, because I would have been working with them more or less doing facials, and I would have gotten a much more general overview of the rest of the body. There are some muscles that I have lapsed on, but we learned, like, I want to say 203 different muscles, all with origin and insertion, motion of action, which ones were their antagonists, which one were their agonists. And agonist muscle is the one that works in sync with it, basically. They work together. Where the belly is, approximately where Golgi tendon organ would be versus muscle spindle fiber, like, so much information. We spent at least 4.5, if not 5 months really studying the muscles. I loved it. I really loved that part. Like, I enjoy all of that. Is the masseter, yeah, the masseter muscle. It is a jaw muscle. Masseter is basically right here, because it helps bring your jaw back up. Yes, it's the chewing muscle. Masseter is there. You have, we learned about temporalis, which comes obviously from your temple down. It's part of TMJ syndrome. TMJ, referring to the tempomandibular joint, which is right here. You have the mandibular process right behind your ear, which is where your SCM connects to. Like, there's so much. I could go over the entire anatomy of the body, but we would be here for a while and I would probably put you to sleep. Massive eater, yeah, it's masseter. It's Latin. All the muscle names are Latin. So we're all speaking a foreign language, because Latin is not the primary language, to my knowledge, of any country at this point. I think it used to be in, like, Rome. But yeah, no, nobody primarily speaks Latin anymore, but all muscle names, the proper names, are Latin. They are. All right. It is kind of a dead language, yeah, unfortunately. So for rainbow slice and bake cookies, we are going to need 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour, plus more for dusting. I probably won't dust jack diddly fuck all. Half a teaspoon of baking powder, 1/4 teaspoon of salt. I will be using less because it calls for 2 sticks of unsalted butter at room temperature, but mine is salted. So I'm just gonna cut the salt that I'm adding in half. So I will only use an 1/8 of a teaspoon or a pinch. That's how you adjust for it. You don't have to use unsalted butter if you don't want to. And me personally, I don't like buying boxes of unsalted butter just to have them sit, because I'm not baking constantly, whereas salted butter is what we keep in the house in general. So moving right along, 3/4 of a cup granulated sugar, 3/4 of a cup confectioner's sugar, 2 large egg yolks, which I don't have the eggs out yet. I'll grab them when I'm ready. 2 teaspoons of pure vanilla extract, and then we need food coloring. And if you're using candy melts, you would need candy melts to make the clouds. I am going to make royal icing. I personally don't like the taste of candy melts, so I don't want to use candy melts, and it would have been an extra thing to have to go buy, and I didn't want to have to go buy it. So we're making royal icing, which you can do it with just milk, confectioner sugar, and a little bit of vanilla. And you temper the amount of milk you add in to get the desired thickness. You can also use egg whites. Traditionally, royal icing uses egg whites. I'm probably just going to use the milk and let it take a bit to set up. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. Room temp eggs are always the best thing for baking. Some recipes say room temp eggs, others don't, so I've always wondered. If I remember correctly, because I personally don't, I don't worry about it. unless it really specifically calls for it. If I remember correctly, the reason to have the eggs at room temperature, and honestly all of your ingredients at room temperature, is to make them easier to combine. I think cold eggs are a little bit more difficult to combine into the other ingredients, so it depends on how like liquidy your batter is gonna be. I think that's why. I remember looking into it, and then, you know, my steel trap of a mind was like, we don't need that particular piece of information because you don't care. That's what you assumed? Yeah, because I don't. I also tried to get overhead cam working again. We changed some more router settings and stuff. Still not working, so it is what it is there. It is what it is there, unfortunately. Cold is always harder to mix, yeah. But also, not for nothing, I have a KitchenAid, so it does the mixing for me. I don't have to struggle with that. It's going to beat the eggs into the rest of the ingredients, whether they're super cold or not. They're going in. It's very handy. It's very handy in that way. Pull this out. Pull this out because we're going to need it. We'll need some version of these, and some of them, oop, as my apron tries to get caught. Hi, baby. Some of my measuring spoons were on the cooling rack, the drying mat. I'll need the teaspoon, but I don't know if I'm gonna need the tablespoon, so we took the tablespoon back on. Yes, room temperature butter is softer than from the fridge, and that is entirely so that it's easier to combine. Cold butter does not combine well at all. Assume that if everything else is room temp, then the eggs should be. Otherwise, I keep them fridge temp, which is fair, Cags. That is a fair way to do it. Yeah, butter also. But here's the thing. Butter is a fat and an oil, and the state of the butter will change how your baking behaves. So the warmer the butter, the more your baking is gonna spread. The colder the butter, the more your baking is gonna go absolutely nowhere. So when you're baking and it calls for room temperature, it's looking for butter, which mine is basically there. I can put a little bit of force and I can start to indent it. It's soft, but it's not melted. And this is really important because once the butter melts, it changes the way your recipe will behave. Eggs don't do that based on temperature. Butter does. So it's really, really important to keep that in mind. When it calls for melted butter, it's calling for melted butter specifically because it wants the cookies to spread. There is this one freaking sugar cookie recipe, though, out there in cookbooks from ye old days that calls for melted butter. And I don't know if it's because the melted butter worked better when ovens were like wood fired or something, but when you try doing this recipe, because I've encountered it twice at various points in my life and the same thing happened both freaking times. When you try to make this recipe in modern day ovens with modern day equipment and that melted butter, you get a whole sheet of sugar cookie. It doesn't matter how beautiful the balls were on your sheet, doesn't matter how far you spread them apart, they just completely flatten into this burnt cookie every single time. So if you encounter an old-fashioned sugar cookie recipe that calls for you to melt the butter, I implore you, do not melt the butter. Just don't do it. Don't do it. And that's also why with like shortbreads and spritz cookies and whatnot, they recommend chilling the dough, because you need the butter to soften a little bit to bring it together, but then you need to re-solidify that butter so that the cookies don't spread and they hold their shape. That's how they stay the way they are. Somebody did say Rice Krispie treats. Hi, dear Geek Place. Welcome in. How are you? Cookies are your nemesis. You don't know why? That's probably why some recipes failed. Yeah, you gotta be really mindful about the temperature of your butter. Yes, cutting the butter into smaller pieces does help. I could take this butter, no lie, because I've done it before. I can take this butter cold from the fridge and I can cut. I usually, when I'm doing it cold from the fridge, I cut it on the tablespoons that are marked, and I chuck it in because I whip butter with the balloon whisk, and this just, it figures it out. You can also take butter cold from the fridge, and you can use a grater and grate it in, because it's changing it to have more surface area, which allows it to warm up and incorporate easier, because there's more surface area to receive heat molecules to change the temperature. All sheet cookie. Yep, all sheet cookie. Damn you, butter. Yeah, butter is tricky. Butter is tricky. So with a KitchenAid, when in doubt, err on the side of cold. I had a peanut butter bread recipe. The outside was good, but the inside was just liquid. Had to freeze them. Need to try that recipe and see if room temp matters. It might. If it's a bread recipe too, it could be that your oven is too hot. Bread needs time, and if it's too hot, you can't give it the time it needs. So usually with my quick bread recipes, quick bread referring to bread that's made not with yeast as the leavener, but baking powder and or baking soda as the leavener, which gives it its rise. With my quick bread recipes, almost all of them call for 350 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 185 Celsius, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And they go in for about an hour because it's a little bit slow. It's the average temperature, but it's a little bit slow for what one might think when baking bread, because a lot of bread recipes, if you're doing yeasted bread, is at like 400 or 500 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's low for bread, and it's slow. It does take like an hour to fully bake, and you're gonna get the caramelization of the sugar on the top and around the edges, but the inside should be fully cooked and it shouldn't burn. Grater butter, so good for scones and biscuits. That is true, Kags. That is true. Do my banana bread like that, but it's not been rising. Really? I wonder why, Essaclis, because unless your baking powder and or baking soda has gone bad, that would be the only thing I could think of as to why it wouldn't rise all of a sudden. Hi, Bean, welcome in. How are you? That's the only thing I can think of. All right. We're gonna skip around in the recipe a little bit. Use melted butter for banana bread. And with a bread, you can normally get away with melted butter. I've tried less moisture, but nothing. I mean, it rises, just not the way you'd expect a loaf to. So the moisture is kind of the mechanism of action for your baking soda and baking powder. Bean, you're streaking. Let's go. 15 streams. Hi, crazy guy. Welcome in. How are you? So baking powder reacts with water. Baking soda reacts with acid. So you need enough liquid to activate baking powder, and you need enough acidity to activate baking soda. If you take out some of the liquid, you probably will get less rise. Yeah, see if they're still reactive. Definitely. Just sitting and trying to relax. How goes the baking? It goes. We're just getting started. We start by putting our butter, sugar, and confectioner's sugar in a large bowl and beating it until it's light and fluffy. I'm going to start with the butter because I need the butter to be beaten down to catch the confectioner sugar so that the confectioner sugar doesn't come back in my face. 2 sticks going in. It's 16 tablespoons or 226 grams of butter. This is probably the only one I'm going to be able to quick convert for you guys. Just let that go for a bit. Treacle scones tomorrow for Father's Day. Those sound really good. Those sound really good, Geek Plays. I was hella moist because I use like twice the recommended amount of bananas. So by doing less moisture, I probably... Okay, so that can change it if you have more bananas. I don't know what the moisture content of bananas is versus other added liquids. It's probably not 1-to-1, but you were right to try to lessen the other liquids in there. Your problem could just be that you added too many bananas. That could be the problem. So today we've learned that Esiclus really likes bananas. She wants that banana flavor. Okay, good. The butter is now in a state, let me whack this off real fast, where I can get the sugars in and then give it a hand whisk with the attachment to make sure that all of the powdered sugar is stuck to some form of butter so that it doesn't poof back in my face. We mix in. Hi, Ragnarok. Welcome in. We are baking. I want my banana. Yours doesn't really taste like bananas, Esiclus? Because mine does. If you want, in my Discord, I have a recipe for banana bread. Give that one a shot and see if it tastes more like bananas to you. And mentally petting the kitty in the background. Yes, she's still hanging out. Hi. So we need 3/4 cup each of granulated and confectioner's sugar. This recipe will yield about 3 dozen cookies. So we're just making one because that's all I ended up needing. Like I said, Seamus and I are traveling, so I waited until this morning to see what the bakery had to say, and that's what I'm baking to. Seamus and I will have a dozen, and there are 2 dozen going out. Because they're basically going to be car snacks. Yeah, definitely give that a try, Esiclus. The banana candy we have here tastes like... Well, what kind of banana does it taste like? Because here's the thing. A lot of banana-flavored candies use an artificial banana flavor, but the flavor is based off of a type of banana that we no longer have in the United States because it got blighted and basically wiped out. So we brought in a more sturdy banana, which is the flavor we know today. And therefore the banana flavor that they use for a lot of candies and stuff, people who like bananas don't like. I'm one of them. I don't like banana flavored candy because it doesn't taste like the bananas I'm used to. It's that other banana flavor. Seamus loves banana flavored candy. Circus peanuts use the same flavoring. Getting cultured up in this house, yeah. Through practice that very ripe bananas are. The riper the banana, the more banana flavor you're gonna get, yes. I usually, if I think I want banana bread, I get bananas in like a 4 or 5 bunch of bananas, and I make sure, because my recipe needs exactly 2 bananas, I leave 2 of them to rot and the rest we can eat. And when they're good and brown, almost fully covered brown, and they're definitely like soft and mushy, I will actually slice the peel, because you ain't peeling it at this point. I will slice the peel and then push them out into the bowl. I haven't made banana bread in a good long while. We have done it on stream before. It's just been a good long while. And my recipe always yields 2 loaves. So we'll eat one and then I put one in the freezer for later. Because it's not hard to reheat a loaf of quick bread. And it keeps for a decent chunk of time in the freezer, honestly. Let that go for a little bit so it's pale and fluffy. You'll buy me a bag. Or Seamus, rather. Hi, Sparkly. Welcome in. How are you? I froze bananas to make ice cream out of and completely forgot about it. Oops. Amyl acetate. There you go, Seamus. Banana. That's right. That's right. You hate banana, Orca? That reminds me of the time when someone spilled a chemical in my middle school and the entire house. Oh, ooh, that's rough, Ragnarok. That's rough. That's very, very rough. Hi, L&D. No, you're awesome. Bonono is too soft for you? You're awesome, L&D. Got to give it a little bit of speed so that the centrifugal force shoves it out of the whisk attachment. Overripe bananas on roids. Ooh, and you. All the awesomeness is here. How are you, L&D? I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Getting there. We're getting there. I do love, by the way, that the DJI mic doesn't pick this up. Curled up with a game you've been craving? Ooh, what game? And it's always important to practice self-care when you need it and take that time off. I almost did it, but this is the last chance I have to really do pride baking, so I was like, nope, I really want to do this too. It's gonna win out, and I have a vacation next week, so I'm gonna get plenty of relaxation. There we go. Pale and fluffy, you can see it just on this. We're gonna whack it off. That should be more or less all of the butter off of here. That should be more or less all of the butter. Dragon Quest 9. Nice. I've never played a Dragon Quest game. I've heard of them. I've never played them. We're going to then combine together, before putting it in here, the flour, baking powder, and salt. So let me get my big boy measure. Into here, we're going to put 2.5 cups of flour. Oh, 11. You're slightly dyslexic. That's fine. And Roman numerals are hard for a lot of people. I would imagine they're even harder for people who are dyslexic. Just gonna finger our flour into the measuring cup. That should be about 2.5. Ugh. I love my glass flour container. Give it a little shake. Nope, we went above and beyond. We're at 3. So I'll just put a little back. Not like I can't do that. Still a little too much. I just need it to not be clinging to the sides quite so much. That's 2.5. Beautiful. Hi, Maria. Welcome in. How are you? Then we're going to add 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. And in this way, by the way, I don't have to dirty extra anything. And we need our salt, of which I need literally 1/8 of a teaspoon. And salt doesn't really dirty things, in my opinion. Whoop. I just need to not do it over the container because I tend to spill it. I tend to spill the salt. I make a mess. And I want you to whisk this together. We have a whisk, which puts a little bit of air into it. But it also makes sure the ingredients are evenly distributed. So that they'll be more evenly distributed when you get them in the bowl. Chimkins! The chickens say bok. I love the chickens. About to go to bed since it's midnight. Just wanted to come say hi and start a watch streak. Absolutely. I hope you get some really good rest, Maria. It is definitely late over on that side of the pond. Okay. We'll set this aside actually, because first we need to put in the egg yolks and the vanilla and beat until smooth. So we need 2 teaspoons of vanilla. Oh, I love the smell of vanilla. 1, 2. I wish vanilla tasted as good as it smells straight out of the bottle, but it is so bitter. It's so bitter straight out of the bottle. Let me get 2 eggs. Yes, Hera, we need eggs. Two glorious eggs. Are you being adorable? Are you keeping everybody with rapt attention by your cuteness? Yeah. Oh my goodness. You're okay. I just have to get into the cupboard behind you. Yeah. Is that so? Is that so, sweet girl? No, you can't. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up right now. But you have a nice chair to supervise on, okay? I know. I know. You have so much to tell me about how neglected you are and how you never get uppies and you definitely don't climb all over your daddy's desk or all over him. And there's definitely not 3 mice on this floor and God only knows how many spring toys and a rolly ball with a bell. Yeah, there's none of that. You are just tragically neglected. You don't have a cat tree or 4. Yeah. She suffers, you guys. She suffers so. Hi, Tootie. Welcome in. Cabinet did do a little spook. It did. She is showing off the belly. That belly is a trap. That belly is a trap. Maria, did you get your streak? Maybe not yet. How could I treat her like that? I know. I know. It's terrible. All right, we just need the yolks. Ooh, it broke. Ooh, it broke. Okay, we're not saving this for meringue. That should be good enough. There might be a little bit of white in there. It'll be okay. It like slid over the eggshell itself and just sliced the yolk open. Originally, I was gonna save this to be part of the meringue we need for the angel food cake, but not anymore. You can't with yolk in there. That egg had other plans. Oh my God, this one broke too. Holy crap. These eggs just were like, you know what? I'm gonna be the most uncooperative jerks. I have not had 2 eggs in a row do that before. At least the white came out relatively successfully. Yeah, Hera, at least that came out relatively successfully. Let's whip this together. The reason, by the way, that we don't want the white more or less in here is because egg whites are also a leavening agent, and we want the cookies to have the least amount of poof. A little bit, but not a lot. Got it just now, so good night, and hope the cookies turn out yummy. Thank you, Maria. Sleep well. Walk up to the program, got 2 pints of ice cream, had a coupon for oh, there you go. That's fun, Red Wing. Yeah, she never gets any attention. Oh, 90% of the time you failed with the thing that's supposed to suck it up and out. Yeah, I don't have anything like that, and I'm okay with it. I have like a dedicated egg separator, but the newer ones just don't work as well as the old ones did, in my opinion. So I've learned to do it with the eggshell. And there's always a risk. It doesn't matter which method you use. There is always a risk that you're going to break the yolk, which is why when you're making meringue, you crack it into a separate bowl and then transfer the white to the main bowl. That way, if you break a yolk into it, you only lose 1 egg white. All right. We're going to beat this in until it comes just together. It says to gradually add this, but that's gradually. I'll give it a quick hand mix so that once again, just like with the powdered sugar, the flour doesn't fly back into my face. Because I don't want that. I don't want that. Still a little bit of a puff, but not like it would have been otherwise. All right, we are just combined. It's a little shaggy. It's not overly together. If you were to make this and your dough seems like it is too dry after you add your food coloring, because the food coloring will add some moisture to it, milk, a teaspoon at a time. It doesn't take a lot to rehydrate the dough. Milk would be what you would want to go with, because this is a recipe that has used butter, a fat, as its primary hydrating element, aside from the egg. So if you had used water as your hydrating element, you would add a little bit more water. But in this case, because butter is the other hydrating element, you would use milk. You kind of want to match them. Banana split and cherry pie. Ooh, very nice. My stand mixer has a plastic. So here's the thing. I could get the plastic cover for this. I refuse. I am having my own little version of like a temper tantrum. My mother's KitchenAid, which is $40-something years old at this point, has never given me this headache, ever. In fact, when I first got this KitchenAid from my aunts and uncle for a combined like family present for my birthday, Christmas one year, when I got this, I didn't realize that it would puff back in my face, and I just turned it on because I was so used to using my mom's KitchenAid where I dumped the ingredients in and had 0 issues. Something about this KitchenAid, and I don't know if I got a lemon or if it's because it's the entry model of KitchenAid, but the stir function does not stir until it has a dough load in there. So once the dough is dragging against the paddle, which is when it's combined, it will actually slow down and stir. Until that point, this mixer has no difference between stir and 2, and 2 is where I would never start it because I would expect it to throw shit back in my face. So on the principle of, I know that KitchenAid has built machines that do not require a splatter guard to stop that from happening, I refuse to buy one. I will just quickly hand mix and not buy the splatter guard. I refuse. I refuse. I also have an agreement too with my dad, because the KitchenAid was the gift that my mother gave people for getting married. It was her thing. And he really wanted to be the one to continue that for myself and my sister when we got married. But with the amount of baking I was doing, the fact that I wasn't planning on getting married anytime soon and I didn't have one in my house, my aunts and uncle did not realize that my dad had this desire. And they, out of the goodness of their hearts, with the best of intentions, got myself and my sister a KitchenAid prior to getting married because they felt that we really ought to have one, without knowing that my dad still wanted to continue that tradition. So I promised my dad, because this honestly, it works for what I'm doing now, but I could use a couple tiers up with the significant level of baking that I do in general and the paces that I put this poor thing through, right? I have agreed with my dad that when Seamus and I have set our date in stone and are getting married and have a house of our own that we are like basically going to be staying in, maybe sooner, maybe it'll just be the wedding. I have promised him that he and I can go out together, we can look online together, and he will buy me the next level of KitchenAid that I would like. Because this one is great, it has served its purpose, it is holding up like a champ despite the rigors that I put it through. But I would really like one that's more of a professional quality instead of a home baker quality. So my dad and I have that agreement, which is going to mean I will have 2 KitchenAids, which will be really kind of cool. But what my aunts and my uncle got me has been well loved and well used and super appreciated. But it will still allow my dad to continue the tradition of getting me the KitchenAid of my dreams for my wedding. Hi, Danny. Welcome in. How are you? Double KitchenAids, double KitchenAids. So, I need to move stuff out of my way. I need to move some stuff out of my way because I definitely cannot separate this with stuff everywhere. Because now we're going to have to divide the dough into 6 pieces. We'll need these potentially for the Rice Krispie treats, but they can go away for right now because this island is like the entirety of my work surface. And that is not going to change anytime soon, so this island is the entirety of my work surface. It was a sidetrack. ADHD is amazing. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. I will not need the baking powder anymore. I will not need the salt anymore. I'm going to put these things away. It's easier than just shuffling them. Well, I say I'm going to put them away. I'm not going to move the cat to be able to put this away up in this cupboard because I need my step stool. That can sit there for the moment. I'll need the powdered sugar again, so that can just stay there. I won't need the vanilla. I will need... Do I need regular granulated sugar? No. I could have swore I needed way more powdered sugar than what I've used. Well, oh well. My brain, no function. Put the sugar away. My brain, no function. The sugar won't go bad, though. I'll use it eventually. Put the flour away. This is the key. This is the key, friends. Just pick up as you go. Way easier. Way, way easier. So now I've just got my food coloring left. Kitchen boss is here. It's Sarah. Look at her. She's so cute. She is so cute. She's my stand-in while I walk around the kitchen. Because everybody loves you, Hera. She's also such a mommy's girl that she's content to just sit there for the most part. They see and they love you, Hera. Yes. These amazing mini muffins with vanilla, and earlier she had these chocolate cakes, but boss, that recipe, oh, that's rough. That's rough. So we have to separate this. These also have to get out of the way for the time being. I need... Did I put this in bowls last time? I might have. I am just going to pull out some... You'll understand in a second. I'm not going to do the bowl method because I really don't feel like dirtying 6 bowls for this. I just don't. So I'm going to put saran wrap on the island itself, just so basically I don't create a massive greasy blob on the island. It makes it easier to clean it that way. When all is said and done, I'm gonna itch my back real fast. All of this I'm going to squish into a ball because it has to come out and get weighed. And it's going to be much easier to get it out and weigh it if it's like super combined. Oh, we might still actually have some down in the bottom that didn't mix fully. I may give this another go with the paddle. I thought it had picked it all up, but I'm getting some raw flour in the bottom, yeah. A very simple matter. Very simple matter. Bring my paddle attachment back over here. There we go. Much better. And Hera doesn't mind me reaching over her because it means I'm closer for a moment. She is such a mama's girl. She is a massive mama's girl. All right, so we're gonna pull this out. I'm loosely bringing it together with my hands. Yeah, the ads will be ending in about 5 seconds. Baking is one of the few times that I can't just automatically pause for ads. Unfortunately. Welcome back, you guys. We've just brought the dough together in one homogeneous blob, basically. So what I am then going to do is weigh out the pieces because I need 2 large, 2 medium, and 2 small. So that when we roll it into a log, they fit nicely. So I want more saran wrap for this guy because if I don't have to super clean the food scale, that's for the best. And this is my solution. I just put saran wrap on that bad boy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. We have anonymous follows here, so you are welcome to continue your lurk or however you wish to engage. There we go. Covered. Covered, covered, covered. Turn this on. Does this give me the approximate weights? Yeah. We should need about 2 that are about 7 ounces, 2 that are about 5, and 2 that are about 3. I need you to zero yourself out properly. Thank you. There we go. Seven, 5, and 3. That's about 6. 6 1/4. 6 1/2. 6.6. 6.75. 6.9. Oh my God, 6.95. 7. Okay, so there's 7. There's our first 7. Because I just remember I never did this afternoon's laundry. Oh dear. Oh dear. Really not Twitch friendly. Unfortunately, yeah, that can be the case. And I have no control over which ads you get shown. So now I can sort of measure against it. We're still going to weigh it because that's smart. That's 5.1. 6.4. 7. Now we need 2.5 and 2.3. If for some reason I don't have enough dough, we will just adjust down. We will take from others. That's 5.3, so we'll take a little off of this. 4.95. There we go. Okay, there's 5. Kind of ads they want, like Gillette ads for a fan-friendly streaming is kind of a weird... I mean, Gillette ads isn't necessarily weird for family-friendly because it's just razors. A 13-year-old might be at the point where they've got some hair they want to shave off. Now, if it was for like sexy lingerie, it might not be appropriate for family-friendly streamers. Okay, there's 5. And then we just split this in half, essentially, to get the 2 3-ounce pieces. That's 3.3. What's this at? 3.4. Okay, they match. I'm not going to worry about trying to take from these to distribute between these. The last little bit, I'm just making sure it's split in half, so they are even. So we have 6 pieces of pears. That is an interesting combo. But yeah, I can't control what ads get shown. All right, power off. We don't need this anymore. We are officially done with the food scale. So that can go back over there. We have to dye these. So we need red, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple. I'm going to start with the yellow. Then I'll do orange. Then I'll do red. Then I will wipe the bowl. Then I will do green. Then I will do blue. Then I will do purple. Because why mix it by hand when I can just mix it in the KitchenAid? So what I do is I take it and I'm going to create like a little well with my finger so that I have a spot to put the food coloring in. This is gel food coloring from AmeriColor, which means that it pigments very quick, very strong. Oh wait, but I have to remember which ones use which color. So purple and blue are going to be smaller because they're on the inside and the bottom of the rainbow. Yellow and green will be the mid, and red and orange will be the outer. So I actually need one of these guys to put the yellow in. I'll do 5 drops of yellow. If I need more, I can add it. You cannot take it away, but if you need more, you can add it. And this will just evenly distribute the food coloring for me. And then I don't have to struggle with it, nor get my hands super, super completely covered. If you prefer natural food colorings, you could use natural food colorings. I do so little with food coloring that I do not mind using the artificial colors. So there we go. We've got yellow. You just mute the tab and tab over till they're done. Yeah. And that's also fair, Dova. Danny. So there's yellow. Without the sun coming in. We need orange. They want to have ads in certain categories. I think it all should go the other way around. I mean, yes and no, but here's the problem, Orca. Here's the problem. Twitch needs to serve ads in order for them to pay the bills. If streamers had control over which ads they allowed to show on their channel, many of them would probably try to select none to get out of actually having to run ads, which would screw Twitch over. Twitch could, of course, institute that you have to have minimum of like 3 selected, but streamers would then try to find the ones that had the least amount of ads in that category, or they would try to find ads that really only get served to like one region, and they would select just those, which would screw Twitch over. I know it feels like subscriptions and bits pay for the majority of Twitch, but they really do not. It really and truly is a vast quantity of ads being served across the platform at all times. And if streamers had the power to opt out of a ton of ads on their platform, they could effectively cripple Twitch, and then we wouldn't be here. It is weird, but Twitch has to operate like a business. And these days, ads tend to be personalized to the person as much as possible, because we all opt in for the most part to tracking cookies, but you being across the pond, you have more finite control over what is served to you than we do here, because we don't have the same protections. Yeah. Yep. So it would be super nice if I could. Yes, this is the right block. Sorry, I'm counting drops. It would be super nice if I could control them, but I also understand from a business perspective why I cannot. I know that the controls for ads that are allowed to run on your platform do exist, however, because I have a Google AdSense account. I had a website that was very much monetized at one point, but I was the sole owner of that website. I was the sole person that got to decide about monetization and what ads would show and what ads would not. So I was able to check and uncheck boxes that I was comfortable with potentially showing up on that site. I'm sure Twitch has, to some extent, done that as well. Because I'm going to take a wild guess and say that Twitch, being as anti-gambling as it is and whatnot, has unselected gambling ads. I want a little more orange. I'm going to take a wild guess and say Twitch, being as vast as it is and probably not being able to control which ads show on which channel necessarily, has disabled things that are overtly sexual. Just in general. So they've probably made some selections. We just can't drop it down to the streamer level. And they may have made some selections based on what category somebody is streaming into. They might allow racier ads in the pools, hot tubs, and whatever that other thing is category. I don't know. I don't know what Twitch's backend looks like. What I do know is that they do follow advertising laws in individual countries. So based on where you are will change the ads you get served, if any at all. And Germany, as it turns out, has the strictest ad requirements. And most people in Germany never see ads on Twitch because there are none to serve in that area due to the strictness of their advertising laws. You just get hair dye ads, Royal Beach. Welcome in. How are you? I mean, if you're doing a lot with dyeing your hair and they notice that personalized content for you, they'll try to feed them to you. Thank you for the lurk, Danny. Anti-gambling with predictions. So predictions with things that you earn for free is, while it is considered gambling by, I think, one country, like they can't participate in it, as a vast overarching wholeness, technically it's gambling, but because nobody is spending money to get channel points, it's also not gambling. So Twitch doesn't like the promotion of spending money to gamble, but they're okay with like sitting here, you are earning channel points and it costs you nothing to sit here. Because it's considered gambling, yeah. That would be ironic, yeah. Hair is long and beautiful. I love that. Red. We need red next. Yeah, so ads are a double-edged sword. Nobody likes to see them. Oh wait, this is an empty red. This is the red I need. Nobody likes to see them, but they do allow us to have this creation platform for streaming. I mean, YouTube has ads too. It's just that they operate differently than Twitch's because YouTube. Hi, Aeon. YouTube prioritizes putting ads in long-form content for monetized creators, and they are not focused on their live streaming aspects. YouTube is really like live streaming is secondary. Oh, that should do. Changed. Seamus has always been green, as far as I've seen. Maybe not. Or was he red? No, Seamus is usually red. You're right. Stop talking. You need to talk to Dan about this. I gotcha. I gotcha. Will we need more red? I might not have to wipe the bowl out. The colors are situating pretty nicely. I might be able to just go immediately to green. That is beautiful. That is gorgeous. You ain't no basic bitch. That's true. You do know your flirts. That's true. That's true. You do. All right. So green. How could I ever doubt you, Aeon? I should know better. Give it a good shake. Ugh. I have to say, there is something inherently satisfying about watching the dough change colors. 300 cookies is an I'm sorry, kid, thanks, but I'm not even baking 300 cookies today, Aeon. I'm baking like 36. And 24 of them are already accounted for. The other 12 are mine and Seamus's. Do I need more green, or do I just need to let it mix a little longer? I just need to let it mix a little longer. There we go. Also, for anybody who doesn't know, gel food coloring requires less food coloring to dye the same amount of dough. It's more concentrated. Blue and purple. But you have to come get them yourself. Spoons in German. Oh my gosh. Right, this is... No, that's violet. I need blue. I forgot that I actually have a violet in the sample. I have a much better purple than the violet. Royal blue. Hi, Corn One. Welcome in. How are you? the little pieces are always the hardest to get all the dye in, because the dye does get pressed out before it gets pressed in, since there's not as much mass for the paddle to catch. So it kind of spills. But that is definitely blue. That is definitely blue. Just gonna give it a last little hand mix for the bits that I took off the edges. Yeah, that is a beautiful blue. Now for purple. There is a kitty back there, Mama Jeannie. That's Hera. She's very cozy and she's very chatty today. She would like everybody to know how abused and mistreated she is, because I'm not petting her imminently. She has been chilling in the stream so far, all in the chair so far all stream. It's true. That is her chair right now. Huh, baby, that's your chair right now. I'll just even step back. Oh, you stretched. Did I startle you by stepping back so that they could see your pretty face? Yeah. Did I startle you? Hi. Yes, you're very precious with your thumbs. She did show off her fluffy belly. Mama Jeannie says she loves you, sweet girl. That's me, yeah, right? Didn't see her until she moved and it looked like she popped her head out of your... I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did, Aeon. Do I want more purple than this? I think I do, because it looks a little dusty at the moment. Now, as these caramelize in the oven, the colors will shift a bit, but I think I want a little more purple. Purple is a very hard color to work with in most aspects. It's why it was the color of royalty in the past, because it was rare to achieve. You basically, making purple in the past, I think it was a type of mollusk from the ocean that you would, I think it was like their secretions you would squeeze out of them essentially and dip fabric in, and then it had to be exposed to UV light to develop the purple. Like, purple was hard, and it was so rare that it made it a very regal color, because it would be expensive to produce and therefore only the people with the money could afford it, aka royalty. To this day, purple remains one of those colors that can be a little bit difficult to create for many things. It's one of those colors. Yellow is the other one. Yellows and purples, when it comes to baking and crafting, can be difficult. But there is our purple. I know it looks dusty, but that is our purple. Sea snails, I think it might have been Aeon. It's been a little while since I've looked that history up. Blue was not that hard because you had woad. Woad made blue very easily. And you had madder for red. So those two actually weren't too bad. And then you could derive some yellows, and then you could get greens and you could get oranges by mixing. Some of it also depended on, because we're talking way back when it had to be natural dyes, you needed a mordant, which is the thing that was going to fix the dye to the fabric. And depending on your mordant could also adjust the color of the dye. It really, like, natural dyes is a very fascinating study. I was starting to get into it as part of the Viking era research that I was doing when we were very actively doing living history. Not the beetles. Beetles were used for red, and they still are. They still are. That's why many vegans don't wear red lipstick unless they can confirm. Need to wash my hands. If you get a natural red dye, chances are it comes from the shells of beetles that were raised in captivity to create that red dye. There are entire beetle farms. To this day, I forget the exact name of the beetle. I have a whole book on natural dyes. I originally, at one point, I wanted to make a dyer's garden and really get into it and like doing my own natural dyeing, but I never made it that far. Because it means you're working, Anne. Let's go. Cochineal, thank you. Doesn't love the thought of dried beetle guts spread on their lips. Exactly, Mama Jeannie, exactly. What girl doesn't? Still haven't gotten the stains out of your undies. Oh my God, Seamus. What am I gonna do with you? I am literally just kind of rolling these up a bit to keep them from super drying out. Actually, I need to go the other direction. And you know what? We're just gonna kind of hug them. I just need them out of the way. Now the island's gonna get greasy. I should have remembered this part. Okay, step one. I need to make sure I can roll everything appropriately. So actually, I need more saran wrap. Pink frosted cookie, which also uses some beetles, so vegan. Yeah, yep. It's very typical because you live in an area, Orca, where the artificial dyes that we're used to in the States probably are illegal and not allowed to be used, so you have to use other stuff. And that's what they're going for because it's flavorless. Could you use beet juice? Yes, but beet juice has a flavor. And I don't know how hard or easy it would be to get said flavor out of. Oop. Got a little bit of unmixed dough in there. That's fine. Step one, we have to roll this out into a log. This is our center. Yeah, red 40 is very chemical. It is. It definitely is. We want this to be about 3/4 of an inch thick. And some indeterminate length long. Whenever we hit approximately 3/4, which is something like that. Next is the blue. So now I need to roll this out to kind of match that. We're going to use the weight of the marble rolling pin to assist. And then I'm going to fold it in on itself, and we're going to roll it some more because I want to force it into roughly a rectangular shape. Because I need it to be approximately that length. And just wrap around it. Fold it in again. We've almost got it. Because the thing is, it's not going to take a lot to go around the circumference. It's really not. There. Set that up in its cradle so it doesn't roll away. Shouldn't have. Oof. That's going to be brutal. I'm going to roll this over. I'm just going to squish it down because it does make itself bigger. I'm rolling it on, and then I'm going to carefully roll this together. It is sticking a little bit, which is what the flour would help you with, is to keep it from sticking. I just cannot be bothered because I do need it to stick to itself too, right? If I put too much flour, I will have an issue. Didn't quite cover over on the ends. I'm pushing in and I'm pinching the outside edge. So I'm forcing it to come together with the blue. Had to get a bite to eat, but now you're back hair up. Yeah. And I'm going to give it a little roll to really like make sure the layers are pressed together. So I'm giving it some pressure as I do this. And then I'm patting it back into a shorter log shape. So we've got our purple and we've got our blue. Next up is green. Next up is green. The really interesting thing is that it's a little dry, but then you roll it and it re-expresses the oils. Once again, I'm folding it in on itself to create more of that rectangular moment that I'm looking for. This marble rolling pin is very nice for this task. Let me tell you what. And that should be more or less enough of a rectangle. I just want to push some extra. Ooh, out there. Don't stick to my rolling pin, please. Yeah, this is longer than it needs to be, and that's fine. Once again, I'm gonna roll it on. The ends typically are gonna be shabby looking, like the bitter ends, and that's okay. That's normal. And I'm gonna tuck and pinch. And I'm gonna tuck and pinch. It will work, I promise. The rainbows will all still taste delicious regardless of if they have a little bit of weirdness. Okay, yellow. And I am trying, before I start, I'm just loosely making the shape I want with my hands so that when I start flattening it, it's already kind of in the shape I need. Last year, I actually pulled out a ruler and I tried to do the measuring. This year, I said, screw it, we're eyeballing it, and eyeballing it is doing just fine. I have enough experience and skill at this point to eyeball it. Okay. Hi, Lily. Welcome in. I love you. Have a busy Sunday, so I need to bow out for tonight. Absolutely. Thank you for stopping in while you could. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening and get your laundry done. And that we'll see you again sometime soon. Tried to let it be what it wants. I mean, listen, okay? Yes. But these cookies are coming to my Pride celebration, and I make the rules for my celebration, okay? I make the rules for this Pride celebration with these cookies, and I say that they need to be a rectangle so that they can make cute rainbows. These, but in eyeball shapes. That could be fun. That could definitely be fun. Well, that's the thing, too, with this dough, right? The base of the dough is always going to be the same. You can color it whatever you want. You could easily do black for some pupils and, you know, have a different colored iris and so on and so forth. That ought to do it. I set you up for it. Oh. Listen. It happens. I don't, like, the D's nuts thing is very funny, but I don't think like that, so I also don't worry about it. When you get it, you get it. I don't need this little bit of extra, so we're gonna get it over here. Same with this little bit, cover here. Roll it. Roll it, baby. Do the best you can on getting the yellow everywhere. The yellow did not want to cooperate as nicely. You know what? It's fine. Some of the rainbows might be missing some yellow. I can't quite get the very bitter ends, but the ones that I'm going to send out will have all of the colors because Seamus and I don't care as much. Oh my God. My nose itches. Needed a facepalm emote. Kags got you for it. Okay, so we really need a wide rectangle for this, so it can get all the way around. Woohoo! Okay, that's more than enough length. See if we can't. Nope. It's gonna start breaking. Because I made it too thin. I think the rolling pin might also be getting a little too greasy. I'm not sure. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. And bring it in. Get our shape roughly where we want it. Move it back towards the center. Sometimes my eyeballs work real good for estimating this, and sometimes they don't. I think that'll do it. Roll the yellow on. Pick the orange up. This is the part of the rainbow that missed the color theory classes in kindergarten. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the orange will be fine. The orange covers nicely. Except for where it decided to tear a little bit, but I digress. The orange covers nicely, and I can peel a little bit off of the end where it wrapped around and stick it there, because it's not super stuck until I roll it some more. There we go. And you really, you have to push down and give it the extra bit of rolling, because otherwise the struggle you're going to have is that the layers delaminate. They stop sticking to each other. And we don't want that. We don't want that. That goes there. We just have the red. You did not have fun on DBD. Oh no! Is it bad out there, Brandy? Is it bad in the fog today? Because that's no good. That's no good if it is. Ooh, red's not breaking as much as the others. We might be able to just roll this up. I think we can. I think we can. Lovely. Roll it all the way. Grab those little bits. Okay. And then take some of the stuff off the end for this area that just didn't quite cover. Piece it together. Gosh, it didn't quite cover down here either. That'll do. All right. So the next task is get the length we want. These will spread a little bit. That is a good length. And then we have to pick up with the saran wrap. And we're gonna roll it and really squeeze it into itself. So what I'm doing is I've got a motion where I'm curling and pulling. That's how you feel, Brandy? Oh boy, very sweaty. Oof. So we've really got a tight wrap. I'm gonna give an initial twist and then just keep twisting like a sausage. This is our log, and I'm gonna roll opposite so that I'm furthering the twist. It's good and tight. It's gonna help laminate all the layers together. And I'm gonna put it on a cutting board because that is going to allow me to put it in the fridge to chill for at least, what did it say, an hour? Yep, about an hour. Freeze until firm, basically. Is this one long enough? Absolutely not. Didn't think so, but had to look. I think the one I want is in the drain board. It is. This is just long enough. Yes, it will end up a little flattened on the bottom. There's nothing you can really do about that unless you have a mold to stick it in the fridge. In the refrigerator, where it can sit. I'll grab more butter because we're gonna need it. We're gonna need it. We are done with this mixing bowl. I'm going to get water running in it so that it can not be a solidified mass of yikes. You entertain everybody, Hera, for a moment. I keep thinking today is Sunday and that tomorrow is the day Seamus and I are leaving for our vacation, and it's not. Today is Saturday. I have a whole 24 to 36 hours before that happens. There we go. This goes in there. That goes in there. These guys get their own water. Ooh, and that's very hot, and I need to wash my hands, so we're gonna tone that water temperature down a little bit. I need all of the excess oil and stuff to come off of my hands, and then I will wipe it off of my rolling pin. Excellent. Much better. Because we're going to be switching gears to Rice Krispie treats for a little bit, which is very exciting. It's very, very exciting. But first, a water break. Hi, Full Speed, welcome in. I didn't on purpose make a baking pun, but yes, it does look like a sausage. That is exactly the point, Orca. Hera is indeed the protector of the kitchen. All right, for the Rice Krispie treats, we're gonna need marshmallows. Marshmallows. And before anybody says it's marshmallows, my friends, that is an A, okay? It's marshmallows. People sometimes pick on me for my pronunciation, but it says mallows. We're gonna need the Rice Krispie cereal. You can get generic brand if you want. I've never made them before, so I don't know how it's gonna go. So Seamus just got me those. And we're gonna need, this one specifically calls for salted butter. So we're gonna need butter. Oh, she left. She's probably going to take a poop or something. All right, 4 the Rice Krispie treats, you need 16 ounces of marshmallows, which this is a 10-ounce bag, so I was very correct in having Seamus get me 2. 6 tablespoons of salted butter, so we're going to use most of a stick. A stick has 8. 7.5 cups of Rice Krispies cereal. I have no idea how many cups of cereal are in a box, so once again I had Seamus get me 2, because what's the worst case scenario? We have cereal to eat. Oh no. Oh no. The audacity. It's Sear Rule. Cereal. And then we need food coloring. Like, Rice Krispie treats are very easy. This will make an 8x8 inch pan. We are going to want to line the pan and everything before we put all of the stuff in. And because we're going to be making and pressing, we actually have to prepare our pan first. We have to prepare a pan first. Oh, and it doesn't matter how hot or cold your butter is, we're melting it. We are melting it. There's no banana flavor. Marshmallows have no flavor. She's not here, which is perfect for the moment because I have to get into here. Oh, you're gonna get up in there anyways? Yeah? Yeah? Give me a moment. Actually, do I have an 8x8 metal one that will have less of the side to it? I do. So we have a glass pan, but I inherited this from my grandmother after she passed away, and these are a little, like, this part is a little less than the handles on the glass one. So this is gonna work better for me as far as fitting it in my fridge. Oh, Kegs is dipping bananas. Got it. I missed that message. Your favorite snack is a banana dipped into melted marshmallow. That's interesting. I don't know how I would like that. I'm the person who isn't a huge fan of marshmallow on its own. Like, I love a good toasted marshmallow, but I really prefer that toasted marshmallow with something else. Whereas some people I know just eat marshmallows. That's why I don't like Peeps, because I don't just want to eat marshmallow. Okay, so to prepare this, you need to line it with something, either nonstick, foil, or parchment paper. I'm going to go the parchment paper route. That being said, I am still going to put a little bit of cooking spray in here so that the parchment paper can stick to said surface. It should also be noted, if you use nonstick foil, still coat the foil with cooking spray. I don't think that's necessary with the parchment paper. They need other things to go with them, right? Butter works better for that. You think, Mama Jeannie? I mean, I'm only going to be using 6 out of 8 tablespoons. I could butter this bitch. I could butter this bitch. Let me get a kniffy. And then I'll roll you back into view, Hera. You're okay. I know, the chair moves. And you're not so sure how you like that the chair moves. But you're back in view of the camera. I'm getting the kniffy first because I definitely want to cut off the part that I'm about to mangle with my hands. So that I don't mangle the part I have to measure. How dare I move her chair? I know, butter these nuts. Oh my god, Opal. Seamus, I need a D's nuts command. Please, thank you. Opal's here. Hi, Opal. Because your hands are warm, so it will mangle this. So I'm gonna butter this. You would think, oh, I'm lining it so that I don't have to clean it. No, you're lining it so you can lift the Rice Krispies up and out. And if you're using foil, you don't have to do this step. You could probably get away without having to clean the pan, but I don't feel like using the foil and then having to oil the foil so that I can make sure that I'm not eating foil, whereas parchment paper tends to unstick a lot nicer from things, in my experience. I'm also going to teach you guys a little parchment paper trick that I just found out about. You need to be able to do at least a little bit of origami, just a tiny bit. You know what? Screw it. We're just going to get our hands buttery. I was trying to be good. It's not working. The paper is just sliding and getting in my way. Good and buttered. The paper will now be useful for putting this little chunk back in the fridge, though, for use in late. Oh, actually, it's kind of gross. You know what? We will not miss one chunk of butter. R.I.P. butter. You were well used. The outside was messy. The inside was messy. My hand was messy. So instead of putting tabs on it, I mean, it is going to overhang a little bit, but I'm going to make it so that I don't need two pieces and then struggle with the rounded insides. Wasting butter in this economy. You should see how much butter we have in the fridge. Pretty much every time we go to the store, we buy a 1 pound of butter. I know, without her permission. Without her permission. Your old cat Kiki used to love being spun on chairs, Cags. That's amazing. All right, let me grab the parchment paper. Ugh. So yeah, you want it to have a little bit of overhang so that you can lift it up and out. That is a thing. We're gonna overshoot it thusly. And it doesn't have to be an overhang on all 4 sides. It just has to be on at least 2. Cut it. Set that over here for right now. Flip this over. And we are going to fold it, kind of making a crease. And I'm going to spin it to make this easier for myself so it can come off of the island. Because what you want to do is then be able to, I'm using my whole arm to just come across so that I can make this crease here. We're going to fold. Once we've made our crease, you can fold down, make the crease coming this way. Fold down, make the crease coming this way. So now we've got this bit to work off of where we can fold in and around. So we're basically creating like an origami sheet, but it needs to fold itself in the center so that you can come around. That's all we're doing. We're creating a way for it to fold in on itself. And that's why I said you just need a little bit of origami skill. And this is the first time I'm trying this, so I'm new to this as well. I'm remembering it from memory. But it means we don't have to cut the parchment paper again or use 2 sheets or what have you. It should just fold in on itself using our little creases as a guide so that we'll be able to set this, what we're creating, into the inside and it'll just be there. Hi, Kayla. Welcome in. How are you? How are you, Kayla? Okay. So I've made my creases, essentially. You can see the indents. We're going to flip this over. We're going to flip this over. And now we should be able to just very easily slide it in and press it to our floured bottom. And it kind of crumples in on itself in a much more organized fashion than if we just tried to slam it in. There's a way to make like really neat and tidy corners. I just haven't perfected that yet. And yeah, I'm just pressing it onto the sides. I'm pressing it over the edges. It's just kind of curling. But we've got plenty to just lift the Rice Krispies up and out of here when they're done. And the butter sticks the parchment paper to the edges. So there she is. She can sit back here for the time being. I need one large bowl. Oops, I accidentally turned that on. Because the marshmallows are gonna expand. Tired but okay. One day that'll come. One day it'll come. Tired but okay is not bad. You freeze it. Same with cream. I've never frozen cream before, but butter, yes. Butter, yes. Okay, so step one, we're gonna divide our ingredients by 6, one for each color. We're pre-dividing so that we make sure we have enough marshmallows. It says that we need for each layer 1 tablespoon of butter and 2.5 ounces of marshmallows in a large bowl, sprayed with cooking spray, and then you microwave it. 2.5 ounces is less than a quarter, 12 regular, so it should be about 12 regular marshmallows makes the 2.5 ounces. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Because these are 10-ounce bags. So obviously, we have like 4 ounces of extra marshmallows. Could I just measure them on my food scale? Sure. But it also said I need 12 per. So we're just going to make 6 lines of 12. Because that also works. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, there we go. Now I just have to fill in the rest of the rows. May, hello, welcome in. You're streaking, May. Huzzah! Hi, Nosparta. Welcome in. How are you guys? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. I don't necessarily like the flavor of marshmallow, but I'll be damned if the texture isn't so good in my hands and I want to just eat one. I would regret it. I would regret it. That is the damn truth. Okay, so there's one bag parceled out. This is why I didn't put the scissors away just yet. The marshmallows away? Of course I didn't put the marshmallows away. I'm using them. And these should keep before we go to camp in end of July, early August. So we'll already have some marshmallows for s'mores. Not that I can eat very many s'mores because IBS, but they're delicious. I am counting the marshmallows, Mama Jeannie. It says 12 for about 2.5 ounces. So I'm counting them out. You love marshmallows? I only like them with stuff and toasted, typically. Or in, you know, Rice Krispie treats. If you tell me that 12 marshmallows is 2.5 ounces, that is what I'm going to go with. You count nothing and dump the whole bag. Well, in this instance, Mama Genie, because I am separating it into 6 parts and I'm not just making one homogeneous batch, that is why I'm counting the marshmallows. It calls for 16 ounces and it says, you know, 2.5 ounces per color, which is approximately 12 marshmallows. So we're counting. Because we have to color the marshmallow mixture itself. Cook first, cut later, scarf down the rest. It's payment for your hard work. Our speckies would work too. I don't know what a specky is. Oh, Hera left again. She's got better things to do, I guess. Okay, pinch that off. That's garbage. Cooking spray. I need cooking spray. And not the Pam with butter. Bless you. Ooh, that reach was a little rough on my leg. Okay, cooking spray. So that they don't super stick to the bowl. And for each one, we need a tablespoon of butter. Happy Saturday, Forever in Shadow. Welcome and how are you? But usually in a twisted shape in 3 colors. Oh, I mean, it's probably just colored marshmallow. You could use it. It will melt funny and look weird, but you could use it. And we're gonna take our first row. And that goes in, and these get microwaved for a minute. They will expand. The butter will melt, those will expand, and we're gonna need to add to this um 1 1/4 cup of Rice Krispie treats. So I'm gonna get out my 2-cupper and start measuring Rice Krispies. Just finished off the weekly errands, and so I was on. Haven't had a Rice Krispie treat in a hot second. They are my, like, one of my favorite treats. I love Rice Krispie treats, and I've never made them, so it was due. It was time. Sorry, we had a busy day. Little had her gymnastics showcase today. It was so good. That's so cool. Was there like placement? Did she do well in it? Or was it just like showing off her skills and no judges? Either way, I hope she had fun and I hope you enjoyed it. That's way more than 1 1/4 cup. I got a little overzealous with the pour there. That's basically 1 1/4 cup. Okay, set that aside. Set that back here. My bowl is done in the microwave. Okay, the bowl is not too hot. Very important. We now need a spatula, also sprayed with cooking spray. Where's my spatula to mix this? There it is. There will be a lot of cooking spray. I'll probably have to get the second can at some point. The goal here is to make sure that this doesn't stick, and we just want to make this homogeneous, more or less. Smooth it out. Can always go back in the microwave for a moment if the marshmallows haven't fully melted. Get that butter in there. Okay, and then we add food coloring. Purple goes in the bottom, so purple first. Honestly, last time I actually made one was at daycare. The teachers had us do the mixing though. That's fun. From that Boss Baker giant sheets of treats. Yeah, I have never watched that show, so I don't know anything about it. So we're dyeing the marshmallow mixture. And this definitely, I feel like this purple has separated because it feels very blue. But then when I make the blue, it's going to look very purple. I have to trust the process. I have to trust the process. But if I'm feeling like it's a little too... No, the blue is going to be much brighter. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, you can see it's starting to stick to the sides of the bowl. It's time to put the Krispies in. And this is why I pre-poured them, because once this starts to cool, and we're just gonna mix it. And this is how they're gonna be colored. These are all mine. Well, mine and Seamus's, but I'm a bigger Rice Krispie fiend than he is. I am very much looking forward to these. You want to get them well coated. By the way, I pre-read these instructions a couple of times in advance so that I could just work for the most part once I got to this point. I'm going to slide this over here. We need our prepared pan. Layer 1 goes in. We're going to push this. Ooh, my goodness. The cooking spray has worn off on my spatula. The pushing is not working. So let me get as much of the Rice Krispies off as I can. And I'm going to put cooking spray right over the top. Cooking spray doesn't care. I'm spraying over the garbage so that I'm not getting it all over my floor. Yeah, and then you got to press it down across the bottom of the pan. It will make thin layers that will eventually stack, right? We're stacking. I'm also catching the marshmallows as I spin this to work with my right-handedness and my lack of space. Okay, that's layer 1, pressed into the bottom. We then rinse the bowl and prepare for layer 2. Not marmalade, that's the UK orange kitty name. Oh, cute. Like blueberries from afar? Kind of. Kind of. Also did the cereal. Cereal is so good. Okay, let me give this a good rinse. It should more or less just come out because we did use the cooking spray. I just have to melt the sugars in the marshmallow. This is where when you're not dyeing it, it's way easier because you just use one bowl and away you go. You can also, if you don't have a microwave or you don't like using the microwave, you can melt all this in a saucepan on the stove. Like, that is also an option. I just like the microwave option because it's faster and easier, and I don't have to drag you guys across the kitchen. Or spin the camera. We were having a kitty there to keep us company, but this is fine. Okay. That's enough. I will dry the outside so that it doesn't superheat the water on it. We do not want superheated water burns. No, 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 we do not. And that also goes for the sugar. The marshmallow and the butter, when it first comes out of the microwave or the saucepan, is going to be really hot, so please don't stick your fingers in it. And we do have to dry it off too, because oil and water don't mix. You were looking forward to a 3rd degree scald. Sorry, Seamus. Not today. Spritz that. I'll spritz this when it's time. So once again, a tablespoon of butter. And a row of marshmallows. And I think I will, now that I know it will melt appropriately, I will just put the food coloring in right off the bat. 1 minute in the microwave. And we measure out our 1.25 cups of Rice Krispies. Cup and a quarter. I didn't overshoot it this time. Hi, Uncommon Wolf. Welcome in. How are you? Things are going well. Things are going well. All the allotments of ER visits have been used this year. The ER visits, like, we're over allotment, Kayla. Let's be honest. We're over allotment. Yeah, no, the ER is not on our agenda. Definitely not. I mean, with the insurance I currently have, it won't be as expensive as if I had no insurance. But yeah, I don't want to pay for any part of the ER, physically or monetarily. It was over with the first one, right? Right? Take it in there because the psych finds sugar tab behind. Shame to the hospital guard. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful with your sugar. You got to be careful with your sugar. I really don't need to fully shut it because I'm just going back and forth. Okay. Now we need blue. So we're going to get the blue in there. Remember, you can always add more food coloring. You can't take it away. Mix it. Mix it real good. Oh, I forgot to spray the spatula. Well. Real fast then. Thankfully, this is silicone, so at least in the super liquidy state, I can do this and give it a spritz. I should have just sprayed it right from the outset, so I didn't forget. There we go. That's better. Super mixing. Yeah, if you just wanted to do plain Rice Krispies, you would skip all of the separating by 6 and food coloring and nonsense, and you would just do one big batch of melted butter and marshmallows and dump your Rice Krispies in, press it into the same prepared pan, and let it chill. The colors are optional. Been digging yourself up online and sending removal requests. Ah, yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Ever. Because you would be surprised where your information ends up. You would be very surprised. And keeping profiles as private as possible, also highly recommend. At least ones that have sensitive information, right? Like my Steam profile, I don't have sensitive information on there. So it's fine. And my Steam profile doesn't link to places that have sensitive information. So again, it's fine. Three trips to the ER for your glucose in 4 years, though. That's not too bad. But ideally, you want it to be 0 trips to the ER for your glucose. 0 would be better. Set this over here for a moment. We're gonna cooking spray this again. It's time to get our pan back over here so we can make another spread. Ooh. Gotta find a spot where I can hang on to it because it's a little hot on the bottom. Ugh, come on out of there. I need to brace it so that I can scrape. Get under it. Even with the cooking spray, man. Oh, here we go again. We already need to spray once more. It's sticking. Marshmallow is rough. You do it periodically? Yeah. I haven't done it in a while. I really should. Especially, like, I am somebody with a very unique name. Not my first name, it's my last name. So, if I remember right, last time I had checked, there's only 2 of us in my country with my name. So, I really should be more careful. Yeah, now that the blue is next to it, the purple is more apparent. And I'm just pressing these layers together the best that I can. It's not going to be perfect because marshmallow will only do what it'll do. But you can kind of see the purple down in there next to the blue. One other person with your name? Yeah, so you have as unique a name as I do then. You have as unique a name as I do. Spokio, People Finder, Ben verified my life. And Reunion, yeah, happy to sell your data. They really are. If you had nuts to add with caramel, ooh. Only 3 people and unique set of first names. Funny parents. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Be safe out there on the internet, friends. Be safe out there. Okay, I'll finish that in a moment. Let's get this out of here. Needs to be a little warmer. heat melts sugar better, so. At least I only have to do this 5 times because on color number 6, I don't have another color. Therefore, the bowl will just be filled with water and set into the sink to soak, and it will melt off that way. Ooh, get out of there. And I'm not worrying about if it's 100% perfect. I'm worrying about if it's 90% perfect. I need that to move backwards so that I have more access. Because if I went for 100% perfect every time, I would have to actually like get soap out and really scrub it, and that's too much. That's too much. Way too much. Yeah, perfection is too much pressure. Exactly. Some of my profile listings list your age completely wrong, so that's fun. I mean, hey, misinformation when it's about your personal self is not necessarily a bad thing if it's for people who are willing to buy your information. The ones I love are the people who've bought my information based on the fact that I own a business. But the thing is I'm registered online for 2 businesses, and I love it when they call me and they're like, I'm looking to speak to the business owner, and I'm like, for which business? And then they have to stumble and figure it out. They're not prepared for that. And it is hilarious every single time. Okay. Hunk of butter. Wait, cooking spray. Now hunk of butter. Butter that's getting very warm. Getting a little squashy. Down in the bowl. And then a row of marshmallows. Bloop, 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 bloop. 1 minute in the microwave. Bloop. Oh, I hit step goal. How exciting. They don't account for very much deviance. It's true, Opal. And you're named after a PC backup. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Your niece got named Lovely? Ugh. That, I don't appreciate parents that pick weird names like that, or where they spell it in a unique way, and I'm like, please don't. Your kid has to spell that for the rest of their life. Teachers are gonna look at them weird, and they're always gonna be that kid where the teacher's like, please correct me if I pronounce this wrong, and it's like, ugh. Oh, Forever in Shadows thinking about doing brownies. You should definitely do brownies. You all should do brownies. I had to scroll back. I knew I had missed some stuff. Chinese restaurant that had their phone number transposed on their stuff. So for a while, I was getting a lot of calls asking to make an order and call them to tell them there was an issue. Oof. Oof. Yeah, you flipped 2 numbers around. That's not good. Let me measure this out real fast before I go pull that out of the microwave. There we go. And then spray that. I have to remember to spray the spatula. Oop. Please. Please, microwave door, please. Okay. Green comes next. For Rayful? Oh my gosh, somebody's going crazy! Somebody's going crazy on Throne! I appreciate whoever it is, because I don't get, like, I have it set up that I'm supposed to get things in my activity feed, but I don't. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. I appreciate you. I remembered I sprayed. I sprayed this time. For Rayful. That it, yeah. That's a weird name. That's one of those names. There's an entire subreddit for it called Trageday. Spelled Tragedigh or something. Eigh. I don't know. But it's for people who've encountered folks with tragic names or people who have them to just be like, this is why I'm changing my name. I was going to pretend to take orders and wait for customers to get there and be irate. Yeah, you know, fair. Fair. Because you're trying to do the right thing by contacting them and they're not doing anything, so... Let's see what was provided. I can't type. I always say thank you, at least on the outset. I can't look until I'm finished with at least this layer. Until at least this layer. Because I have to work while the marshmallow is warm. Okay, that should be good enough. In with the cereal. I'm excited for these. They're gonna be cute. And delicious. And cute. Also, all the melting butter makes it smell like popcorn, which is making me hungry. I think I'm getting a little faster at this too, which is keeping it warm and preventing some of the sticking. Bros, Danny, thank you so much for the 10 biddies. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you? Adorable. Let's do this. Get it in there. Stick, dang it. Stick. Stick. Okay. Do I still have enough cooking spray on here? Not really. You? Oh my goodness. There's more throne activity. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Get the cooking spray on here so that I can actually spread the green layer. Ugh. Without knocking the lid on the floor, ideally. Ideally. There's definitely going to be some crushed Krispies, but that's okay. The flavor will still be good. Woo! It is a very vibrant green. They are gel food colors, so they get super vibrant, which is really nice. All right, let me see who... I'm not bad, how are you? I am doing fantastic. I am glad to hear you're not doing too bad. Let me see who's doing all the stuff and the things. You want to hydrate, Kayla? You got it. And now I need more water. Let me see who's doing the stuff and the things. Because my Discord has a section that will tell me, which is extremely handy in moments like this. At least now I recognize the sound of it. Oh my god. Forever in Shadow, thank you for the frog onesie. because of course. And the wax seal stamp. I really appreciate it. And I know I saw the oven mitt pop up. I was able to catch that. I think that's got a contribution basis, but those contributions don't show up in my Discord, at least not right away. So whoever was that, I appreciate you for it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Maybe not the frog onesie as much, but you know, this is for you guys. You wanted a frog onesie, I put the frog onesie on there. You're making your wildest dreams come true. I do need to hydrate, it's true. Discord is a snitch. Discord is a snitch. If I don't have it, I won't see it. You know? And I want to be able to see it. What did I do with my spatula? It's over here. We gotta rinse this out again. Gotta rinse this out again. Very important. I actually applied to be a throne partner too, a few weeks ago. Maybe it actually might have been a month ago at this point. It takes a little while to hear back. So fingers crossed on that. I've sent the follow-up email. I've done everything I can. It's just the waiting game part. And the waiting game is the worst part of anything. Nobody likes the waiting game. Well, no, I take that back. There's somebody out there who likes the waiting game. That person is not me. Most people don't like it. Because there's something for everyone. Right? I mean, there are people that like to be peed on, so... And this is the part where I remind you that this is an 18+ channel for a reason. We don't get too detailed, but it is an 18+ channel for a reason. I think I did better with the cooking spray that time. Things worked out better as far as getting them out of there. Like I said too, though, I'm speeding up, I think, because I'm getting the rhythm down, and that's helping. Mitch should be fully funded and come up as crowdfunding. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I thought I had said it as crowdfunding. Maybe it's just a delay in getting it into Discord. That could also be it. Golden shower mention on your bingo card. You never know what might be mentioned in this channel. You never know. I am from the era of, you know, 2 girls, 1 cup, so... I'm tainted and corrupted. Because, wow, 2 girls, 1 cup is an experience that I do not recommend you Google. Do not Google that. Just don't. If you don't know what it is, you are so much better off. Making noises. Little Goatsy. Goatsy is also. There's Blue Sky Post too. Perfect. They're coming through as well. Very good. As they should. Get that sliced. Get that sprayed. We need butter. The Family Guy skit about it, that's for the best, Orca. That is for the best. Okay, I am from the era of 2 girls, 1 cup, Blue Waffle, Goatsy, Tub Girl. Don't Google any of these things. Just don't. If you know, you're traumatized. If you don't know, be grateful. They were horrifying. Most of them were staged. Okay, most of them were staged. It's like the original shock bait. It's the original shock bait. Staged as hell. Once you get into the deep of it, you realize that it was staged, but oh my lord. In the moment, you were like, what the hell am I viewing? Meat spin, oh my god, yep, meat spin. You're both curious and not at the same time, Kayla? Okay, for you, Kayla, off stream, because I absolutely should not tell you what it is on stream. I will tell you if you want. Old Greg was so good, though. You knew I'd equate with Blue Waffle? Yeah. Yeah, don't Google any of it. You know, I knew what you meant with the equate. It's a date, you got it. Never again after you read the plot. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I will say, though, the wild, wild west of the internet back then was pretty entertaining. Just also traumatizing. Deeply traumatizing. I mean, this was also the era of live leak. We need yellow. Yellow is next. Live leak is another one of those things where people ended up deeply traumatized. I never viewed live leak. I just knew of live leak. 4chan was big then. What a time. What a time. Mitch just popped up on Discord. Oh, good. They are making it through. Again, many, many thanks. Much appreciation. We'll figure out the froggy onesie a good time when it's not... when I'm not gonna melt wearing it. I'll have to make sure the room is sufficiently cooled, because it is summer. Today's midsummer, actually. At least, yeah, because it's the 20th. Today is midsummer. So blessed midsummer if you celebrate. Which means it's the official first day of summer. At least I'm pretty sure it's today. It's today or tomorrow. Close enough. Just appreciative for streams, which I appreciate you showing appreciation in any way. Just being here is showing appreciation. The fact that you choose to go beyond that is, like, I'm very grateful. I am full of gratitude for that. I am just happy to be here and chill with people. Everything else is a bonus. I got cooking spray all the way up the handle. And I'm having trouble holding on to said handle. That should help. It's the 21st there, yeah. Yeah, because you've crossed over the midnight hour. Yellow. Mellow yellow. Or, you know, an itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. I am, I'm dating myself a little bit with these references. Some of you will understand, and those ones, you can Google mellow yellow and itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. You can Google those. They're song lyrics. They're safe. Those are safe. I do need to spray this again, though. And then I'm going to have to get the other spray before I do orange and red. All right, so this is probably only going to take one box of Rice Krispies, but here's the other thing. When we get back from our trip, if I want more Rice Krispie treats that aren't colored, I could also just get more marshmallows and make more Rice Krispie treats real fast. Like, this is a quick recipe. Lily also told me she was going to send me her rosemary Rice Krispie treats recipe, so perhaps that'll eventually wind up in my Discord inbox, and then I can just wait for that and make rosemary Rice Krispie treats, which sound really freaking good. Not gonna lie. Nothing is safe on the internet. I mean, if you put song lyrics after it, they will be safe. You get to hang with the wifey, that's right. Wifey time. That she wore for the first time today. Exactly, Brandy. You know the bikini one, Kayla? Yeah. Some old match game episodes, some questions really got 18 play. Yes. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. The newlywed ones are hilarious. Rinse this. We're almost there. We got 2 layers to go. And by that point, the cookies should be ready to be sliced and baked. We just have to clean the deck off so that we have the space to, you know, slice and bake said cookies. More cold. More cold, too hot. Okay, there we go. Make sure the spatula is good. Get some of the oil off of the handle this time. Ugh. Beautiful, beautiful. Hi, Ben. You're so happy. Oh, God damn it. Here we go. It's Amphibopun Central again. Oh no, Ben is here. Gotta go. Oops, accidentally closed streamed. It happens. You're all good. You're all good. I've done that before where I think I'm closing one thing and I close the wrong one. I've also had it happen where a cat decides to jump up at exactly the wrong moment and bump my hand or step on the keyboard and... Cats, man. I love them. I love them, but good lord. They were definitely put on this earth to provide us with trials. Betty White, so it's gonna be half in the gutter. Yeah, yes, yes. All right, this is empty. I need the other one. Can I reach the other one? I might need Seamus to reach the other one. I got it. I got it. Oh my gosh, I got it. Fresh cooking spray. How are you today, Ben? I hope you're doing well, friend. Oh, it's so fresh and shiny. It sprays so nice. I think I got the outside a little bit. Okay. Butter. Goopy butter. And a row of marshmallows. Like Danny. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I forget. I try. It's hard when people change their names because I'm just instinctively used to the other way. There we go. 1 minute for us to pour out some Rice Krispies. Very methodical. This is extremely methodical, and I kind of like that. It really pleases my OCD. Managed to press enter so you have a 2,000 character message with just 0. Yes. Yep, that too, Orca. There are a couple streamers who still use Dova. Okay, I'm glad because I don't wanna make you feel bothered. They're allowed to drink. Yeah. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. 16 seconds. I can't wait for these to solidify, by the way, so that I can slice them and eat one. Cannot wait. It's going to be delicious. And we should actually be able to slice them on stream. Just so you know. That should be a thing. Bubbly hot marshmallows. We're up to orange. We're up to orange. Betty White and drunkenness sounds 100%. Sounds lovely. 100% not bothered. Very good. Betty White and drunkenness does sound lovely. Betty White was a national treasure. R.I.P. that goddess. She was just something else. Thank goodness she picked showbiz. And just let her personality shine through. Like, top tier. Top frickin' tier. Hi, Jane Henry. Welcome in. How are you? She was a flexible actress, yeah. Yeah. She would take the roles that she was given and just do the best of her ability. Honestly, she had a true talent for acting. She really did. And her smile was just so good. It was infectious. Because she was the type of person who smiled all the way up to her eyes. And I love that. Okay, that should be more or less mixed. They were unhinged. To go from Golden Girls to Lake Placid was quite a feat, yeah. Yeah, I believe it. Let's make orange. Wow, it works so much better when the cooking spray is fresh and new. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? It's almost like I get a really good even layer because the cooking spray is fresh and new. She's feeding the killer croc, right? You would have to ask somebody who's actually seen the movie, because I just know that they are opposite premises. I don't really, like, I'm a terrible person to ask about anything movies because I've seen so few, and what I have seen are usually very niche. I was too busy playing outside as a youth to care about movies, and now I'm too busy being on the internet. That is the truth. Seamus is much more of a movie aficionado than I am. Much, much more. Okay, let's get the orange layer spread. Got a couple little sections where the marshmallow didn't quite blend, but it'll be fine. You're not even really going to notice in the grand scheme of things. And we just got the red layer to do. We rinse out the orange. And we do the red. And I'm really, like, I know yellow, orange, and red, I could have just done them back to back to back color theory-wise. The reason I'm rinsing it out is to really have a good effect with the cooking spray. As ambivalent to Rice Krispie treats as I am, I'm actually salivating for these. Let's go, Seamus. Her bloopers from Hot in Cleveland are legendary. You can find them on YouTube. Oh, I believe it. Look like Velveeta and Mac. Wait, what looks like Velveeta and Mac? Give him a shot in those rolls. Yeah. What did Brandy say? Betty White is amazing. Yes. Yes. It looks like eggs with pimento cheese on it. That is a take. That is a take, Brandy. When young outside a lot and an adulting scraping by indoors to make money. Yeah, Yep, scraping by to make money to have a house. Yeah. Heresy. That orange. It looks delicious is what you mean, Brandy. It looks delicious. Just got the red layer to do. Get these rinsed. Let's get these rinsed. Yeah, even the rinsing is much easier this time around. I guess I should have not pushed it with the old can and just switched it out faster. Oh well, live and learn. I don't have to rinse it again after this either because, again, the red can just soak because the red is the last color, so I won't need the bowl again.
What the hell?
What the hell indeed? I heard that. I heard that. Yeah, the dough's chilling, not sliced yet. Yep. Ara, Brandy. How did the cookies turn out? Went down to hang in the pool. Ooh, I would love a pool. That is like on my wish list for when Seamus and I have our own permanent house that we're gonna be living in forever and ever and ever, is to put a pool on the property. I originally wanted an in-ground pool like my grandmother had, but I have given up on that and settled for the fact that it will be faster, cheaper, and easier to maintain an above-ground pool. So, fuck it. Once we have our property, an above-ground pool is going to happen. Because on the really, really hot days, I just want to be in the pool. I love water. Minus showering, because showering is a task and a chore, and I don't like taking time for that. Pools are fun. Showers, not so much. Hi, Fantacorn. There are cookies chilling, yes. How are you, Fantacorn? Welcome in. We're finishing up the Rice Krispie treats now, and then we should be ready for slicing and baking. Scrape the last tablespoon of butter in. Toss that. This goes in the sink. Last of the marshmallows go in. Bloop. And into the microwave for a minute. 1 minute. And we'll measure out our Rice Krispies in that time. Hi, Warden. I am doing good. I'm doing good. Warden, welcome in. How are you? That'll do. So, 1 box is all that we need because I still have this much left. Now we know. Now Seamus and I know. And I may double this and make like a 9x13 pan next time. Not of the rainbow, just of Rice Krispie treats so that I can eat them. I love swimming but haven't loved lounging in bathwater. You need a shower pelting you. Yeah. It's like, it's a sensation thing, right? Warden, you're streaking. Let's go. Now you chunky dunk. I just get in the bath with a scuba mask and pretend I'm swimming in the ocean, Brandy. We got Gary. Yeah. Oh, I loved MASH. And raise you a wobbly wave maker. That's adorable. That is a little warm this time. Probably because I'm going so fast. The bowl isn't cooling as completely. Red. soaking in a bathtub that fits me over showering, but with a foldable bathtub. Yeah, I believe that. I haven't soaked in a bathtub in years now because I don't want to take the time to make sure the bathtub is ready for soaking. Where we live right now, we get this mineral buildup that's like a pinkish red color. It's from a lot of iron in the water. So it's perfectly safe, but I just don't want to lounge in it, you know? So that requires usually a good old tub scrub before I can take a lounge, and I just don't feel like it. I cannot be bothered. It's a lot of work just so I can soak for like 30 to 40 minutes. But I do love a good soak when I'm in the mood for it and the opportunity arises. Pools will forever be my favorite though. Because out of everything when it comes to water, I like to swim the most. But I'm not a big fan of lakes or the ocean. There's one lake that I grew up around that I'm okay with, but otherwise, not my cup of tea, because I actually have a phobia to fish. Like, there's no rhyme or reason. It's not like I got attacked by a fish or something as a very young child and whatnot. No, I just inherently do not like fish. They creep me out. And yet I will go to an aquarium. I'll be creeped out. There's a reason why I've never played Subnautica at this point, and it's because I don't know how I would handle the fish. I don't know how I would handle it. I've heard it's a great game. I've heard it's amazing. Fish and insects, though, they just give me the heebie-jeebies. So because I'm familiar with the one lake, I will swim in it. But the ocean creatures, like jellyfish in particular, I have a problem with. It's not sharks. It's not sharks, you guys, when it comes to the ocean. It's freaking jellyfish. The idea of getting stung by a jellyfish really bothers me. Like, really bothers me. So I don't get in the ocean hardly ever if I go down that way. Spray this now, because we're gonna need it. It's just a whole thing. Seamus and Lily can tell you about me in the ocean, that's for sure. They were first-class witnesses to it when we went and visited Lily when she was still in Norfolk. I barely wanted to put my toes in because I was afraid of potential jellyfish that are small and hard to see. And they were like, you're gonna be okay. They're not this close to shore. You can go seashell hunting. It was a thing. So yeah, I will always take a nice, clean, chlorinated pool over a lake. And I will take a lake over the ocean. If I can, I will say this though, if I go into an area and I can't see the bottom, you will not get me in that water. You will not get me in that water. I have to be able to see. So I don't like the water where the mud flows up around you or whatever, like you squish. Nope. That is a huge no. And absolutely not. We have a local aquarium too. Like, you can pet stingrays at this aquarium. They promise me it's safe, and I'm just like, nope, that's okay. I will wait while the rest of you touch the stingrays. I don't need to. I'm good. Thanks. Don't eat kegs, though. Kegs has crabs. They feel so special. Yeah, I bet, like, I imagine there's some sort of slimy, and that bugs me. Canadian marine life. Mussel, clam, or crab, or lobster. You were in Nova Scotia. Wait, what happened? The last time I was in the ocean, something pinched and cut open one of my toes. Yeah, nope. I will pass. I'll freaking pass, Kags. Mineral deposits, yeah. Scared that, yeah, I don't want fish sucking on my toes either, Brandy. Like, you put me in a lake, even minnows, I will keep moving so that the fish do not touch me. Like, don't touch me, fish. Don't touch me. I'm not your friend. I am not friend-shaped for fish. I fill this with water here. Because we are done. The Rice Krispie treats are fully layered, and they're gonna replace in the fridge. They're gonna find their spot so that they can really solidify before we cut them. Pedicure, yeah, I've seen the pedicure places that use the fish to clean the dead skin off your feet. And that is a no from me. That is a no. I will pass 100% of the time. Just scrub it off of me the good old-fashioned way. Thank you. I have zero desire to have fish nibbling my feet. No, these do have to sit the way I had them. I see why I did it that way now. Okay. This goes back up here. Okay. I'm gonna find a spot in the fridge for these, and then I need to make myself more water. It looks weird, yeah. Fish nibbling me, but if you get in water and have a manatee hug you, you feel special walking this earth. I would freak out. Oh yeah, I don't want things that starve the fish. That's terrible. That's terrible. It makes sense, because otherwise how can you guarantee they're gonna nibble the skin? But that's terrible. Yeah, that's good and solidified, it feels like. Making room for my Rice Krispie treats. There we go. In the fridge. Put the cooking spray away. And now I need to make water real fast because holy crap. I've been doing all the talking. So I need more water. I need more water. I like my water with just a touch of lemonade powder in it. Just a hint. Just enough so it doesn't taste like chlorinated city water. Because I don't like that taste. I grew up on well water. Well water is delicious. It has its own unique flavor. And the water that we had growing up was so pure that when we had it originally tested, they tested it 3 times to make sure the result was correct. Because they couldn't believe what they were seeing. But it's from a mountain spring. Like we're in an area that just gets really good water. I miss that. I miss that a whole lot. Come out, Ice Cube. I also need my water to be really cold. I don't like warm water. Cold or bust. Okay. Excellent. I have water, and I just used the straw to stir in a little bit of powder. Well, water, yeah, it's so good. A puppy asking for pets and you ignore them? Oh my gosh, Forever in Shadow. You should start the sides for dinner, Kayla, yes. 1 CG? What about 1 CG? What's that for? Oh, one crazy guy, gotcha. Yeah, what's for dinner, Kayla? We have to know if we're coming over or not. All right. In order to slice and bake the cookies, I need to clear the deck again so that I have the space for the cookies. to rotate the trays and to cool them. I hadn't done this part yet. So I have to do it now. Because I only have so much room on this, in this apartment. I only have so much room. Goes away in a little bit. I can go here. Oh, I gotta move my phone too. My phone, which will act as the timer. These two chairs come back here. I need them out of the way of my activities. Fold it in once. Fold it in twice. Fold it back. That's the tablecloth. Out of the way. Then I can set up my cute little baking sheet holders, which is something that was my mom's, but my dad never used. So after her passing, he was like, here you go, all yours. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm not doing the cookie counter this time. We'll get what we get. It should be about 3 dozen. I had to pre-wash all of these trays because they had slipped and fallen and landed on the floor. That was obnoxious. They're ever so slightly too big to fit where I want them to be. That would be more secure. It's very unfortunate. Do that. This can go over here. That's not super dirty. It just had cereal in it. That can sit there. Field trip canoeing. My ecology teacher hammered home the fact that it's better to not pet, and I regret it. Technically, yeah, it's better to not pet. Oh, Pepperoni's having ribs too. I didn't know he knew how to make ribs. I mean, obviously, it makes sense, but it's just one of those things that I've never heard him say he's making it. But ribs are a good option. I want the potatoes. I want the potatoes. You abbreviate things, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. So, with the rainbow slice and bake cookies, because we are now pivoting back to the slicing for the slice and bake part, we are going to need to preheat the oven to 375 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, I don't remember what, Celsius. We're going to slice them into about 3/8 of an inch thick rounds, and then you cut the round in half to make the rainbow shape. You range about 1 inch apart on unlined baking sheets, and you refrigerate until ready to bake at least 15 minutes. We're not refrigerating before we bake. We're going to get the oven preheated, and then we'll take them out to slice and bake. You wonder how they turned out? I'm sure they turned out fine. He's pretty good with that kind of stuff. So let me preheat to 375. Turn the oven light on so I know that I've got it running. There's nothing in there. We're good. We're good. Because, yeah, this will allow the stuff to stay chilled for longer. And I forgot to butter the pan when I put... Oh. Yeah, I bet you had to throw that pan out afterwards. I bet you did. Marshmallows, they will glue things together. They will absolutely glue things together. And it would be one thing if it was just the marshmallow, right? You could just use hot water, soak it, and it would come off. But the Rice Krispies in there as well are they're gonna make that not so good. Was that crumble? Terrible time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it, Brandy. Happy to not be in Florida for reasons, but being a teen ignorant of the world, you got hugged by a manatee, had a panther brought into your class to get pets and biked through the Everglades for 4 years. So the Purdy of the Florida, it's cemented in your brain. Oh my God, I can only imagine petting a panther. That must have been cool. You'll make extras for me, Kayla? Excellent. I'll bring cookies and Rice Krispie treats. It'll be a joint effort. And while I wait for that oven to preheat, Hera has abandoned the City Downy spot, so I will City Downy. Hi, Smeagol. I know you want dinner, huh? It's past your din-din time, huh? Yeah, I need to get off my feet for a moment. Carp Fest! Beef and broccoli with brown rice. Yum. Yum. Yeah, Shmoo. You want to come up? Come here. Hi. Hello, baby. Can I pick you up? Oh. Can we have some picky-uppy times with Shmoo? They haven't seen your cute face in a little while. Huh? Oop. No, you don't want to stay up, huh? That's it. That's the amount of Shmoo you get today. You had fruit salad. I love fruit salad. Oh, I gotta tilt my screen so I can read you from back here. Thought we were going to start having to trim our bushes. Oh gosh. His name is Smeagol because I call him Schmoobles all the time. Yeah, we call him Schmoobles all the time too. He's got a lot of nicknames. Not a crab outbreak in chat. Oh no! It's better than the frog outbreak. Sad. I would hope they would continue something to get people, yeah, in environmental conservation. Yep. Yep. Do I have marshmallows stuck to my finger? I might. Yeah, it's nice to sit for a moment while I wait for the oven to preheat. Let the cookies stay chilled because this is the case of the cookies behave better in the oven if they are cold when they go in. So we're only going to keep out what can go in immediately. I have all 4 of my trays prepped and ready to go, but I will put a tray together, put it in the oven, and then everything else will go back in the fridge until that tray comes out. They bake for 10 to 15 minutes. Mine will probably take 8. These particular air bakes seem to need less time. So we're gonna go with a little less time. Oh my God, the crab emote is cute. I made a veggie wrap with lavish for lunch. I don't know what lavish is. I thought I was reading that word wrong for a second. With a black bean spread and also bean sprouts. It sounds good though. Friend that still lives down there has decided a much more scaled down existence because so many areas have been sold off for, yeah. And it's an unfortunate thing, right? Like people want places to live, and so other people realize that they can get a lot of money for their land and they just sell it for development, and it is what it is. That's why where I want to move back to, they really aren't doing that. It's not a thing, and I hope it remains not a thing so that I can live in peace and quiet for the rest of my days, because I really prefer peace and quiet and more trees than people. It's a type of Middle Eastern flatbread. Oh, interesting. Typically see it in stores in long rectangles. Gotcha. That sounds yummy. I really like Middle Eastern food. A lot. A lot. I have to be careful because obviously if it's a recipe that uses a lot of garlic, I can't have it. But for the most part, garlic is like an accent flavor for them. It's not the forefront flavor, so it's much safer for me. It's much safer for me. Animals are displaced animals makes it rough because then they're just gonna stay in the neighborhood and they become a nuisance, and yeah. It's a fermented one, isn't it? What's a fermented one? The bread? because that would be yummy. Fermented bread is always good. That's essentially what sourdough is. It's kind of lightly fermented. But the Glades were different, which is why there are more Gator and Croc stories. I had a feeling that's what you meant, Kags. I had a feeling. Ugh. Goodness gracious. Do your eyebrows ever just itch? Because mine do. Mine just itch sometimes. Some forms are sourdough fermented with dough from previous batches, but not necessarily sourdough. That's still cool, though. I believe that most stories are about Florida men. Oh my God, so funny story. A satirical article came out about like something that happened in Florida, and people legitimately didn't realize it was satire because it was based in Florida, and everybody was like, yeah, that tracks. It's Florida. And it like took everybody who saw it a second to be like, wait, who published this article? Ugh, I heard the oven beep. It's up to temp. Okay. Let's get our sausage of dough. Let's get our sausage of dough. We have to unravel it. Now I need to tip this back again. We were taught caution and respect. Everyone's stupid and privileged now. Yeah, they are stupid and privileged now. That is true. That is true. We see it here with the local wildlife. People who think that they're just gonna befriend the black bear in the woods, and we're like, okay, you let me know how that goes. You let me know how that goes. Because I know how it's gonna go. They just don't realize how it's gonna go. Need a good sharp knife. So this is what it looks like when you cut it open. It's perfect. I will save this one because I will eat the ends. A cookie is a cookie is a cookie. But we need to slice the log. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty. 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62. We'll call it at 62 that aren't part of the ends. That's not bad. Okay. And then to make the rainbows, you just cut them in half. Voila, it's a rainbow. It's a little bit misshapen, but it is a rainbow. Okay, let me get a tray down. So, whoop, I can start piling cookies onto the tray. They will spread. So we do want to give them some space. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna need you to drink some water.
I think I can give them a little less space than that, though. Gotta break them apart here. And let's get the ends right on here. They're gonna be some very weird, misshapen cookies, but they'll do. And like I said, these that we have left are going back in the fridge because we need them to stay chilled. So these, I need my phone. I need to set up the timer. Hi, Beanie. Welcome in. How are you? Need the timer. So I said I was going to do 8 minutes because these trays cook a little faster. And I've had to fiddle with a lot of recipes lately to not overbake. They go in for 8 minutes. And I need to get out the cooling sheets. You guys, it's Mr. Beanie Meanie's birthday. You guys should say happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, Beanie. You're another year older. Yeah, if you see a cub, you can guarantee the mama bear's not far away. Yep. Looks like sushi and you want to take a bite? Nice sushi. I will definitely get that hydrate for you too. I can only sort of hear my alerts here and there. You got yourself water park simulator, let's go. The memes are pretty funny. The memes are pretty funny. Ugh, put these down. And get this out. And I also will need the spatula to get the things off of the thing. And then this goes in the fridge. My brain is running in circles. And I'm just going to set this lightly over the top of it. Back to the fridge. Back to the fridge. Perfect. Excellent. Let me get the hydrate for Mr. Beanie Meanie. Oh, delicious. Delicious. Respect of nature, and I've worked with a rehabber for 20 years. Nature is dominant and wild. Yes, it is. Yep, that is true. That is true. That's why when I see these people who have blatant disrespect for it, I am like, you are gonna earn what you earn with your fucking around when you find out. Like, and the people who don't find out do not understand how lucky they are. Being the #1 state in tornadoes here. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the #1 state in tornadoes, Beanie. I'm glad I'm not. There are a few of you in my life who live in that state, and I'm just like, better you than me. They are wildlife snacks forever in shadow. It's true. It's true. I just need this selfie in this very unsafe area. It'll be fine. Okay. Okay, good old Tornado Alley. Yup. Yup. oh my God, I'm stretching out that calf muscle, and there's just this one spot that it doesn't want to release. We don't have tornadoes or earthquakes in Ireland. Sometimes we get the tail end of Atlantic hurricanes, though. Ooh, welcome in, Cosmic. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. If it gets me views, I'm going in the debris field. Oh my God, Beanie. You are the problem generation. That Connecticut sometimes gets tornadoes is rare. It's rare in New York as well, but sometimes they happen. And I am not a fan of it, but sometimes, yeah. Brought me out on the deck to look at the sky when the cloud turned. And like, that's a Midwest experience to my understanding. Like, you're just so casual about it that you go out and you storm watch because you're like, the land is so flat, it's miles away, it's fine. And I'm over here like, yeah, no, I would have been in the basement at the first whisper of wind. Thank you. What cookies did you make? So I am working on the rainbow slice and bake cookies. The Rice Krispie treats that are rainbow colored are chilling in the fridge. These cookies are gonna look roughly like that when they're done. Roughly, I say, because my ability to make even layers is impossible. It's a free flight. That is a bad flight. Like, Spirit Airlines is a better flight than a tornado. Seems about right here. I saw the sky turn green in March, and there was oh my God, a level 4 nadir. Oh my gosh. Other day was a 3. Jesus. Kind of. They're sort of a sugar cookie. I describe them more as like just a vanilla cookie. Spirit Airlines is even scarier. I don't know. I think I'd rather fly Spirit than a tornado. Forever in Shadow, thank you for gifting a sub to Crazy Guy. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. You're gonna become a spirit in Spirit Airlines. You're gonna become a spirit in a tornado. Are you kidding me, Beanie? Are you kidding me? Oh, stretching this calf out feels good and bad all at the same time. Fly Tornado Airlines, give a free house and some cows. No, all our flights are self-landing. Pretty much, Cosmic. What the heck? Ooh. Yeah, that's about how it would go. That's about how it would go. Okay, it did up the counter properly. I've been having issues with the counter since I switched it to something and then switched it back. So I may have to adjust Firebot again. And a cute girl from Kansas, you hope. Hopefully not your cousin. Tornado tried to touch down when I was a kid, but the only thing the tip of it did was send the bell from the Taco Bell in your city and set it in the main road closest to the lake. It wanted Taco Bell. What can I say? Self-landing sounds so gentle. It does. Until you crash land. The stewardess was a real witch. I see what you did there, Seamus. I see what you did there. Little Wizard of Oz joke. And her little dog, too. Exactly, Cosmic. Exactly. Somewhere over the rainbow. The rainbows that we're making. We got 1 minute on the clock for the ones in the oven. And I will double check that they're getting just... It says to set around the edges and just golden on the bottom. So it should be... They should be just set. This is good for me to be able to stand and stretch my calf out, because I don't want that cramp to come back. That was no fun. Do not recommend. 10 out of 10 bad time. 10 out of 10 bad time. We don't want those apples. They got worms in them. Yep. Yep, they sure do. Ugh. I can smell the cookies and they smell really good. Beanie, thank you for the 100 biddies. Why are you starting a hype train in my channel when it's your birthday, friend? It's a community train. Oh, well, let's go. So a community train means that the rewards earned are shared across like the whole of the community, from what I understand. It's one of the special trains. It's the first time I've had a special train. Like, this is the first time I've ever had not just a basic hype train. So that's really cool. Thank you guys for kicking that off. You are amazing. I need to pull cookies out of the oven. I need to pull a tray of cookies. Let me just make sure that they're set. Yes, they're set. Yep, 8 minutes is perfect. I hear things happening, and I'm not in front of my screen to see what's happening. Uno momento, por favor. No, Sparta, thank you for the 100 bits. It's not my birthday. It's Beanie's birthday. Worse than finding a worm in your apple? What is worse than finding a worm in your apple? Hi, Kissy, you forgot you had talked. Whenever people are able to contribute, they may get emotes for it. That's true. That's true. Playing while doing the good old sit in the school hall. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. It's not my birthday. My birthday was in May. My birthday was May 15th. I've got finding half a worm in your apple. Oh my gosh. I got like 11 months till my birthday. I got 11 months. I gotta pull the cookies back out of the fridge so we can slice and bake some more. You guys are crazy and I appreciate it, but it's not my birthday. Shavis, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Who did you snag with that? You got Dreaded Lady Gamer, Stepdragon, Raven McFierce, Kurak, and Raging Gaming. Yes, I am a Taurus. I am a Taurus. Everyone mark your calendars. No proof. I have proof. I have proof, Beanie, because I wished you a happy birthday and you showed me the cards you got. So that's proof. It's proof. We're up to a level 2 hype train, you guys. That is incredible. That is incredible. A level 2 community train. I hope you guys get good stuff out of it. I hope you get some really cool emotes and stuff. Slap these bad boys on this tray. And then slice. Whoop. Try not to let them roll off onto the floor because that would be bad. Yes, I'm a bull while you're a fishy. I am I'm a Taurus sun, a Pisces moon, and a Gemini rising. You know, just to mix it up a little bit. Oh, welcome back, Hera. Randy, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Let me slice these and see who you snagged. Thank you, Brandy. Brandy snagged. Minerva, Chiba, Auntie Trashy, Heathen Nicholas, and Pooh Bear PC Girl. I recognize some of those names. 3 cheers for Gemini. Hip hip huzzah! That's right. Because why make up your mind when you can have conflicting ideas? Because that's fun. Gemini, like the ultimate ADHD astrological sign. Forever in Shadow, thank you for gifting a sub to Redwing. I appreciate it, you guys. We're into level 4. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You are too kind. You are too generous. I really appreciate you guys. That is amazing and incredible. And you guys are freaking rock stars. You are rock stars. Let me put this tray in the oven. 8 minutes on the clock. Oop. Don't catch. Wakey, wakey phone. Start the 8 minutes. Yes. Kitty supervisor on the clock. She is there, huh, Hera? Yeah, you're talking? Yeah? Is that so? I have to put these back in the fridge, okay? I have to put these back in the fridge. We'll have 1, maybe 2 trays of cookies after this one comes out. Keep them nice and chill. I know, you really want uppies, huh? Because of the hype train, we'll give you uppies. We'll give Hera uppies for the hype train. I don't yell at you like Kissy does, but you like it when Kissy yells at you. She was back on her throne. She's very cute. Hi. She's like, oh my god, I get to snuggle. Oh, jeez. You are not a parrot though, Hera. Okay, you're not a parrot. Also, my head is attached via my neck. Did we not just say you're not a parrot? Hera is a happy kitty now. Yup. She is a polydactyl queen. She is. Kitty booty. Look at them thumbs. She has all the thumbs. Where are you going, Hera? What are you doing? Aside from like digging your claws into my back. Is that where you're sitting? Is that where you're sitting now? Yeah? Hi. Hi, sweetheart. Yes. Did you realize that I can't pet you when you're back there? She is needing biscuits a little bit. Hi. Mwah. Hi, I'm gonna have to wash my hands and wipe my face free of your fur. He is a big lovey. That's usually where you sit too, Brandy. Naturally. Forever in Shadow, thank you for gifting a sub to Danny. Thank you for that. Oh, hi, sweet girl. Yes, I hear you purring in my ear. I hear you purring in my ear. There's gonna be nobody in this channel without a sub the way you guys are being generous. There's gonna be nobody without subs in this channel, Farrah, because they're so generous. Yeah, we're gonna have to update the graphic. We're gonna have to update the graphic. I love that heart. I had so much fun making that heart. Yeah, you showing off your thumb? Mwah. Best kitchen helper ever. Definitely. Mine's a kitchen helper. Kissy's is a killer main. Yes, there's a lot of generous people, and I very much appreciate it. I get kisses? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh my goodness. She's so comfortable right here. Thank goodness I can lean on the island. Yes, she is a shoulder percher. She loves it. I don't know why. She just does. Yeah, you're so cute. You're so cute, pretty girl. You guys, thank you so much for the community hype train. You made it to level 4, 52%. That's amazing. You gotta see the ones you cat sit for sometime this week. You miss the fur balls? Yeah. Oh my god, what a good emote, Brandy. What a good emote, Seamus. I love it. Legends. Okay, you can't be on the island though, honey. Yeah, you can't be on the island. You coming down? Oh, I'm gonna wear you like a scarf now? I'm gonna wear you like a scarf? Okay. Yeah, is that better? I don't know. Okay, yeah, she's not muffling the mic too much. The sweat one is great. It is really good. It is really good, Beanie. Thinks she's the manager and she's just inspecting your work. I mean, something like that, crazy guy. Yeah. Yeah, she's so happy. She is a full scarf. Yeah, and she's got fur all over my face now. Yes, she does. The people love you, Hera. The people love you. You can hear her purr a bit? Oh, good. She has a loud motor, but the mic isn't necessarily tuned to pick it up. Huh. Can I put you down so that I can wash my hands again? And get your fur off my face? Can I? Hi. Oh, you need to go that side? She does have amazing markings and a striking face. I agree. Oh, you're gonna lick my face? Okay. Okay. She does shed like no tomorrow. She does. And it's been constant since we got her, which is almost a year now. I think we've had her almost a year. We had to have, because we had to have had her a year because we had her before we went camping last year. I need to wash my hands and get fur out of my face. Yes, you shed all up in my nostrils, Hera. I have fur tickling my everything. Ugh. That's better. That's better. She's pleased. Your demon spawn stole some of your prosciutto, Kissy. She is a killer main. I wouldn't put it past her. I don't know what she has in her. So we got Hera from a rescue, essentially. And she was a rescue from another rescue that had like overflow. So the only history we know of her is that she was a shelter cat. We don't know anything about her lineage, unfortunately. Box her uppers and send her to someone. Send her to Kayla. Send her to Kayla. You had a Maine Coon mix. She has longer hair and she rarely sheds. Yeah, no, Hera sheds constantly. Constantly. Kitty, and don't think that they'll shed much. Not direct. Oh yeah, a lot of people think that the short hairs don't shed, and it's like, nope, they shed. They absolutely shed. Bengal that have stripes and spots and the polydactyl trait. Interesting. Maybe she has some of that in her. Maybe. She's old and doesn't need it, but she demands things. You know what? When they're 20 years old, Kissy, they kind of get what they want. Right? They kind of get what they want. Yeah, I threatened to sell mine to the Chinese restaurant. Yeah, I threatened to send him to the circus. She's your everything. Yeah. Yeah. Good old Chewy. Mittens and Boots just turned 10. Oh my goodness. Smeagol is 10. Hera, we estimate, well, since it's been a year, you would be about 4 now. We were told she was between 3 and 5, and the way she behaved at the shelter, we thought 5, and the way she behaved when we got her home, we were like, you are absolutely only 3. All right, cookie's got to come out of the oven. Yeah, that's a good solid texture. These are fan-freaking-tastic. They're fan-freaking-tastic. And rather than use another tray, I will spin you guys. I'm going to take the ones that we have off of the tray. Off of this tray, because it's actually cool enough to handle. I may not actually need the, I don't. I don't need the spatula. And I'm leaving a little space because I'm going to pipe them directly here when all of them are out and on the cooling racks. Because I should have enough space. So I want a little bit of space between them so that I don't have to worry about them touching and bleeding into each other with the clouds. That's the goal. I'm gonna put the end pieces over here though, because I really don't give a shit if those ones get clouds on them. They're just for me to eat. They're just for me to eat. This comes over here. Spin you guys back this way. That should do it. Thank you, Cornwand. She's like, what's that supposed to mean? Yeah, she has a lot of kitten energy. She really does. Took her to the dining room for her own food while I was prepping her. She snuck back to my Kid has to eat my prosciutto. That is such a Daisy thing to do, though, Kissy. She's quick when she wants to be. I believe it. She's a spry old lady. An adorable. And it's lucky that she's adorable. That's what I tell my cats. It's lucky you're cute. Huh, Hera? It's lucky you're cute. Because if you weren't cute when you did naughty things, I'd sell you to the circus. All right. See if we can finish these off on this tray, and if not, we'll only have a partial one after. But I think we're gonna get them all on here because I can probably shift some to fit whatever's remaining. We don't have that much dough left overall. She's an innocent little angel. If she didn't have those pretty eyes, things would be different. Exactly. Exactly. Can't say no. You are a pushover for your cats, Brandy. That much is truth. You are a massive pushover for your cats. Yeah, we've got 4 slices. We've got 8 cookies left. I will make these fit on here. I will find a way. Because they don't spread that terribly much. Like, they spread a little, but not too bad. That should be enough room, I think. So this goes in for 8 minutes. Chewy is perfect and can do no wrong. Mm-hmm. Yeah. She's got you good and trained, Brandy. She's got you good and trained. Start that timer. So now this can go away. These items need to be washed. Stack that in the sink. Set this like so. Blade away from where hands might catch it. We purposefully don't set the really sharp knives in the sink because they're like really sharp. May your fur baby hit 25, right? Yeah. Kissy's kitten. Kissy's kitty is very old. Brandy equals a cat simp. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yup. If not, send them to me. The cats? The cats, Fantacorn? You want us to send the cats to you? And dental reabsorption, yeah. And they say that that's usually what takes cats before their age. It's just kidney issues. She might outlive all of us just for spite. She might, Kissy. Mama Jeannie, you got it because they started a community hype train. So I think everybody who was here was entitled to a potential chest. The community funds for everyone. Oh, the messed up cookies. So I just have end piece cookies. Most common things you see with kitties, yeah. Yep. It's a really cool version. It was my first special hype train. Yeah, so I mean the end piece, they look fine on the front. I'll show you. They look fine on the front. It's the back. It's the back that looks weird. But I'm eating this one because I'm hungry. I don't give a shit if it's got frosting on it. It's a participation trophy. They will. Yep, kidney issues. Dental are scarier for heart, kidney diseases, usually food skewed and supplements. Fair. These are really good. Yeah, poor Bob. Bob was such a nut job. What, Hera? Your chair, madam. Your chair. There you go. There you go. So the people can see your beautiful face. I know you really want more uppies, but it's not happening. You had some. And I already re-washed my hands. You goofball. Yeah, you goofball. Are you going to show the tum-tum again? Maybe. Maybe. The thumbs are out, though. The thumbs are out. Yes, you're very sweet. I think this stream has been 25% Hera, and nobody's complaining. No. She's beautiful, though. Chin scritches for me. If I didn't have to wash my hands again after touching her, I would, Mama Jeannie. But she got lots of chin scritches while she got uppies. Lily and Pumpkin had a congenital HCM. Lily had a heart valve defect too. Oof. They still lived to be 17, 18. Pumpkin was Lily's mama. Oh, that's so sweet. They had good, fulfilling lives. English Mastiff pup with congenital failure. Yeah, he wasn't even 6 months when he passed, which is so rough. That's so rough. The poor babies. You want them to live forever, but alas. Cystic fibrosis, he blew along. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, cystic fibrosis is really rough even in humans, so I cannot imagine in a dog. We were talking about heart stuff, so I went to CHF in my brain. Congenital heart failure is what my brain went to. 3 minutes on the clock. These two are not dirty, so I'm just gonna pile them together. Let's take these ones off the tray. Until they go into crisis, yeah. Yep. It is unfortunate. I'm not gonna need the spatula. That's kind of cool. I have finally got the timing right for these trays, and I am excited. I am excited. Because now my cookies will be better than ever. So I hope you guys are ready when I'm ready to make snickerdoodles. Because it's coming. It is coming. It may not be on stream, but those snickerdoodles are calling my freaking name. And I'll be making them for camp again, too, at the end of July. But I know I want some before then. And some of you have expressed interest in them before then, so they're on the radar. Okay. This one needs to be washed so it can sit in that section. That should be enough. We need practice batches of snickerdoodles. They look good. Thank you, Brandy. This. I just snicker when you say doodle. Parvo is also rough, yeah. They taste as good as they look, for the record. They taste as good as they look. I think I actually need, there we go. That's more what you guys were seeing before. That's what you were seeing before. I don't know if any of you are actually getting ads right now. Some of us would be willing to take one for the team and eat the practice bundles. I am sure you would, Kissy. The funny thing is, Kissy has had the snickerdoodles. Kissy already knows what they taste like. Seamus is a converted snickerdoodle lover. Before my snickerdoodles, Seamus was like, I really don't like those cookies. So when I said I was making them, he was ambivalent because he really wasn't a fan of snickerdoodles. And then he tried mine and he's converted. And it's funny too, because I made the Nutella cookies a few weeks ago now. And when I made the Nutella cookies, he was like, I probably won't care for these because I don't really like Nutella. And then he had a Nutella cookie and he was like, I have to retry Nutella. And now he likes Nutella. You guys, I am converting this man to baked deliciousness. Damn you. No regrets. Timer. Let's pull these out. And then we'll start grabbing ingredients for the icing, which is very simple. There's very simple ingredients for the icing. Set them down. This is like the fewest cookies I've baked as a batch in forever, by the way. Normally I bake minimum, like close to 10 dozen. And we got, what did I say? We had like 62 cookies. So we're over 3 dozen. We are over 3 dozen. But I normally do double batches and stuff. And I think the last time I did these cookies, I did a double batch. But like I said, Seamus and I are going to be traveling, so we're not going to be home to just munch on them. And I only had so many requests, so I only did a single batch. I seduced you with literally everything. It's true. When Seamus and I were still in the friends with benefit phase of our relationship, because that's how we got started. We were just friends with benefits. We both had come out of really bad relationships, and we were just looking for something physical. And we were like, let's go, let's do it. And now he put a ring on it and I'm never leaving. But when we were still in the friends with benefit phase, I made him a strawberry rhubarb pie. And it was my first fruit pie ever. What a fiasco though. Oh my God. So I decided I'm making this pie. Realize I have neither a pie plate nor a rolling pin, nor a pastry cutter, nor a hand mixer. I didn't have the KitchenAid at this point. He had freaking nothing here. So I go to my friend Gwen's house, my bestie, and I get from her a pie dish, a pie plate, and she had a rolling pin I could borrow. Perfect, great, wonderful. Bring them home. Wake up the next day, pull down his Betty Crocker book only to realize there was not a pie crust recipe in it, because I had brought the recipe for the filling from my mom's house, but not pie crust. So at like 8 o'clock in the morning, I call Gwen and I'm like, I need a pie crust recipe. So she gave me her pie crust recipe and I made it by hand with the fork method to mix the butter with the flour and everything. Oh my God, what an ordeal. It came out fantastic. 10 out of 10 would make him a strawberry rhubarb pie again. Full physical, lore established. Exactly. He has enjoyed his descent into adorableness. It's true. He is a very willing sacrifice. Seamus does not bake. Nope. Cute, sassy human with baking skills. It's true. I do not have a pastry cutter now. And the reason why is because I have a KitchenAid. Before I got the KitchenAid, though, he did buy me a hand mixer. Oh my God. For a second there, I thought I had put cookies in the oven and not started the timer. No, they're just cooling. I got a hand mixer first, which is like an electric one. That worked great. And then I got a KitchenAid and that works fantastic. So I've never bothered with the pastry cutter. There is one at my dad's house. At some point, I will probably inherit it. But I haven't needed to use it in years, decades. Overwhelming defeat. My cookies are safe. They are safe. Whew. I had a moment of panic. So, for the icing, which think I'm gonna wing it a little bit because I know the thickness I need and I know it will solidify because it's the same stuff I do for my bonbons. I'm just gonna add more sugar so that it's not as drizzly, so it'll stand up properly. But it will dry down, it will solidify, and that's the important part. So we need that. We're gonna need the powdered sugar, and we're gonna need milk and a piping bag. And by the time we're done with the cookies, we can pull out the Rice Krispie treats and give them a slice. No regrets, exactly. Just ordered some cardamom pods. Ooh, very nice. It is a good thing you got milk, yes. Or I would have sent you out for milk. I need the right size bowl to mix this stuff. This one should do down here. This one should do. It's kind of crazy because I have the recipe essentially memorized from making the bonbon icing so frequently. So we're going to do 2 cups of powdered sugar. I made Seamus get me more powdered sugar, so there's plenty of it. And it's going to seem like there's no way that this will all fit in here. Powdered sugar condenses down when you apply liquid. Listen, I don't want you to just be all over the island, ideally. I think I'm just going to be using up the last of the... This is also one of those things that doesn't need a perfect measure. Yeah, fuck it. Because we're going for ratios, essentially. We're going for ratios of liquid to not liquid. And I'm going to make a hole where I can pour the milk into so that it can start the knocking down procedure. I just need this to be relatively stiff. So I will go very slow with the milk, and there will be a little bit of vanilla. But it's the recipe for the bonbons is a cup of powdered sugar to a tablespoon of milk with a teaspoon of vanilla. Now I need a spoon. Spoons are all in here. Perfect. And it did create a little bit of a tunnel of a hole. Gonna make your own chai masala. Oh, that sounds really good. That sounds really, really good. 3 teaspoons make a tablespoon, so we're just guessing. Doesn't have to be perfect. I may need a little bit more milk to really mix this in. Yeah. Yes, I do. We'll give it another tablespoon. Like I said, we're slowly adding it. At least I'm pretty sure. No, it might have been more than... Now that I think about it, might have been more than. I can always also, for the record, add more sugar if I need to thicken it. And I have white food coloring in case the vanilla lends too much of a soft tan color to this. But you can see it is knocking down. Yes, some of it has ended up on the island, but a lot of it is still in here, and it's just slowly melting together. Like I said, I could do the egg white method. I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. I also would appreciate it if I would stop shoving it out of the bowl. I'm a very messy baker. I am a very, very messy baker. I try my best not to be, but alas. But it is good and stiff, which is we want. Because once I pipe this, I need it to stay relatively in place on the cookies. So it can't have too much liquid. It has to be stiff. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. Kitchen Gladiators, and this month's theme is afternoon tea. I already made clotted cream scones and Earl Grey. Oh my god, I love Earl Grey. I can't have the caffeine, so I have to get a rooibos version, but I love Earl Grey. I want a little bit more vanilla, just a touch. A little bit goes a long way, but since I needed more milk, I also feel like I need a little more vanilla. For flavor, so that it's not just pure sugar, right? Nobody wants pure sugar. Even though it's a tiny, tiny part of the cookie, nobody wants pure sugar. These are also going to be fun to prepare for shipping, because I am absolutely going to need to put parchment paper between each and every one of them so that they don't stick to each other.
Hello, Rukia.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And we're gonna make it a little more white. Oh my goodness, Rukia, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Sagnika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of Everbright Global Gaming, Set the Tone and Content Delta stream teams here on Twitch, and I do a variety of things from baking to creating to painting my nails and playing games. And today we are in the kitchen so that we can taste the rainbow because it's Pride Month. So we're making rainbow cookies. I'm working on the icing for the clouds now, and we have Rainbow Rice Krispie treats chilling in the fridge. Rukia, how was your stream? How was Resident Evil? Hi, Rukia. Oh, Seamus is double parked. Hi, they call me dear. I hope I said that right. Bergamot oil now so you can make lots of Earl Grey. Oh, that's super cool, Wolf. That's super cool. Reglomp. How was stream? How did it go, you guys? If you're not following Rukia, 10 out of 10 you should be. She's a super heckin' sweetheart. She plays a lot of like Resident Evil-esque games, does a variety. She's amazing. Great personality. You will not regret it. You will not regret it. She's one of the people I've known for a while on Twitch, actually. I've known Rukia through much of my streaming career. It's wild that I get to say that now, that there are people who are like the OGs, right? Because I've been here now. I'm working on my 5th year. We'll be celebrating 5 years in February, which is insane. Time flies when you're having fun. Perfect. That's just a little bit whiter. I know you can't really see it because I'm holding on to the bowl for everything I'm worth. That'll pipe out nicely. That will pipe out nicely. I told the gang guys cooking stream Sam is making cookies. Heck yeah. She's scary with a gun. Good to know. Need to get the grill ready. Burgers and brats. Absolutely forever in shadow. Do what you gotta do. And Rukia, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get post-stream self-care, post-self-stream care, what the heck, brain? Post-stream self-care, please do not hesitate. Go do what you need to do. That goes for everybody who raided in with you. Totally understand. Do not want you to overdo it or to push yourself. But if you want to stay, you want to hang out, you want to see these cookies come the rest of the way to fruition, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to hang out with us. We would love to have you. Let me put that in there. Put the milk away. Milk definitely has to get put away. Milk for sure does. And, you know, clean up this pile of powdered sugar here. Yes, my husband was in stream. You had to make him proud. I'm sure you make your husband proud every single day, Rukia. Every single day. I'd be proud of you if I was your husband. I would indeed. Just look at a proper wipe down after everything is said and done. Oh. Back to grilling, but I heard let the cookies come. Yeah. You're very scary with a gun. I love that though, Rukia. That's a good skill to have in a video game, honestly. It's a very good skill to have. So, we need a piping bag. I am sort of good with video game guns. Sort of. Flip out the rim of it. It gives us a spot that's definitely not going to be covered with goop. And it also gives us a way to tuck our hand up in there to hang on to it. Proper wipe down, you say. That's right. That's right, Brandy. Actually, I want a cup. Here's another trick for you. Oh, it's down to 68 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Ooh. Here's another trick for you. If you don't have a piping bag stand, because most of us do not, you can use a cup to achieve the same purpose. The cup will now act as my piping bag stand so that I can hold the bowl and use the spoon. And there is still loose powdered sugar on the edges. It's fine. Get all this beautiful icing into here. As much as possible anyways. Without a spatula, I'm never going to scrape it perfect, and that's fine. And I don't need a piping nozzle with this because I'm just going to snip the end. I'm just going to snip the end as soon as I'm 100% ready. Which means I can also really, like, work it down into the tip. So, now it's all set to go. Perfect. And I haven't snipped it yet, so it can just sit there. This glass is not dirty because it just held something. It can go right the heck into the very overfull cupboard. Okay, let me pull cookies off of tray. Work it down to the tip. That's right, Seamus. I know where you're going with that, and you can just put your brain away. I'm gonna have to have you put your brain away, sir. Your brain has descended into the madness of the gutter, and I'm just gonna have you put it away. I know where you're going with that. So only 2 trays to be washed. That's kind of exciting. I love the smell of these cookies. I may have to squeeze these just a little closer together so I can fit a few more on here. Like I said, I'm trying to give them enough space and distance that I don't have to worry about hitting the other cookie with the icing as I go. But I also need room for all of them on here. Therefore, just squeeze them in a little bit. Like right there and right there. Perfect. Okay, 2 to clean, 2 that are clean. Perfect. Whack it off. That's right. My brain said a baking stream is entirely sus, so my brain is apparently also gutter targeted. Yes. Yes, it is. I mean, the things I say while baking tend to get taken wildly out of context and made sus because they do sound sus. Have to get some sleep? Yes, absolutely. Thank you again for the raid, Rukia. Can I get one more shout out for Rukia? Go get some rest. Go get some rest and enjoy doing those nails. Enjoy it. We're going to take a little bit of a ride. We haven't done this in a little while. And take a little bit of a ride. We're not going all the way over. Going most of the way over. And then I need to adjust this so you can actually see what I'm doing. And I didn't use the spatula, so that can also get put right away. Excellent. And I need the scissors, because I can't very well trim the piping bag without the scissors. I love the fact that it's like slightly upside down. Thank you for getting Rukia that shout out. So I am just going to trim the end about where the piping, the icing made it down to. It's a good guesstimate on where to trim it. And we're just going to do bloop, bloop, bloop. Little clouds. Little clouds. And they're basically just 3 dots. So I'm squeezing dots. This is the part though where I will start to concentrate because I'm trying to keep it on the cookie. Come on, the little stringy dude, come off of there. There we go. And they kind of settle down into the right shape, so you don't have to worry about the little parts that stick up or whatever. They're gonna use gravity to our advantage. Huzzah for gravity! I'm also gonna be saying huzzah when I can sit. But it makes them look so cute. It makes them look so cute. I can't wait to cut those Rice Krispie treats and try one of those. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. If this was any more complicated, by the way, than what I'm doing, I wouldn't do it. There's a very specific reason why I don't make those super intricately decorated sugar cookies, and it's because I don't have the patience. I just don't have the patience. I appreciate the heck out of the people who do, and they make like the beautiful designs, and you know, you have Winnie the Pooh or Scooby-Doo or whatever in sugar cookie form. I don't have the patience for that. That is not for me, thanks. I've decided I'm just gonna go across the top so that I can work furthest from myself to closest to myself. Because that makes sense. Instead of coming down the rows. Or, well, actually, instead of coming down the columns. You go across a row, you come up and down a column. I remember my terminology, thank you. Thank you for the lurk, Hemi. Hemi wifey. I have so many Twitch wives now, it's wonderful. And I didn't even have to go find them, like I just got integrated into other people's harems. Ugh. Thank you for getting your daily self-care check-in as well. It's the streak that Twitch can't take away from you. Happy little clouds, that's right. That's right. I forgot that I had that emote on here. Thank you for the giant emote, Seamus. Seamus is like the #1 purveyor of giant emotes, for the record. He loves that function. Twitch had his number when they put the power-up rewards in. Do 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 do. Do do do. I will also be happy to not lean over this anymore. Yeah, these are gonna have to sit here for a little bit to set up and dry, and I'm gonna have to keep my cats from being naughty and trying to lick them. Gonna have to keep a close eye on them. Smeagol, I'm not too worried about. Hera, on the other hand, Hera has a penchant for getting up on this table where she's not allowed. Nice refreshing shower after a long day of much puttering. Ready for pizza, ice cream, and an elevated edible. Let's go. Those look amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Danny. They taste pretty good too. Doop. Doop. I think when I did these the last time, I was accidentally showing a lot of cleavage too. I had a bad angle. I had a very bad angle. Oops. I have a much better angle this year. Seamus is gonna disagree. But I don't. Wait, what? Ooh woo, Dova. Ooh woo. And I'm purposefully not putting frosting on the ones that I'm just gonna eat. Because they are the rejects from the ends that do not pass the quality control to send to anybody else. Even though Fantacorn said he would take them. Fantacorn is just addicted to cookies. It's okay. It's okay. There's worse addictions out there. We still love Fantacorn anyways. And appreciate the fact that he's addicted to cookies because I like people eating my cookies. It makes me happy. Whoop. Ugh. My hand's getting sweaty and the thing is like falling out of it. There we go. The piping bag. It's a very unique problem to be having. Oh dear. Sploop. Sploop. Letha, do you? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dova. Danny, thank you. Blessed be to you as well, friend. Ugh. I'm like trying to lean on my elbows a little bit without knocking too much into the cookies, because when I get to the bottom ones, I gotta be real careful. But again, that's why we're going across the rows instead of down the columns. Gotta take some of it off. Let me. There we go. The cookies were just for me, I would have licked my fingers, but they are not just for me. Because I don't care if I lick my fingers and continue. If I'm the only one eating them, but other people are gonna not want that, you know? Yeah, this gets easier the closer to the bottom row we get. Especially because I can change the angle of my lean. To adjust where the pressure is in my back. I miss the days where my back didn't just start to bother me. I didn't sign up for this part of aging, I'm just saying, okay? I just wanted adult money. I just wanted adult money. Speaking of adult money, I had a dream last night about buying a lottery ticket, so I think I'm gonna do that. I've never had a dream about a lottery ticket before, but I have had prophetic dreams before, so if I win the lottery, I foresaw it. I didn't dream of any numbers or anything, just buying a ticket. So, and like Seamus can tell you, I literally like never buy tickets. Ever. That's usually his thing. $1 in a dream. For tonight's drawing? I didn't know there was a drawing tonight. Scooch that over just a little. Who knows? Maybe my dream was about you, Seamus, and we'll be billionaires. That would be pretty cool. I wouldn't tell a soul, but there would be signs. Hi, Step Dragon, welcome in. Can I put the rest of that? No. I definitely ended up with way more icing than I needed. It's one of those cases of like, I was trying to estimate how much I was actually going to use. And I wasn't sure. All right, now that I know I have enough icing. Scoot, scoot. I don't really care, but Seamus really likes the icing, so. There. Whew. Gotta let my back decompress now that I stood back up. Look who it is. Yeah. Delicious. You can't see me doing this. Good icing. Seamus, if I save this icing, are you going to use it for anything or should I just toss it? I'm not going to use it for anything, so. I also forgot to turn off the oven. And that is why I use the oven light on as a reminder. You're going to put it on a toast with Nutella? You got it. Oh, you're streaking. Let's go. You got it. Just gonna fold the end over then, and I'll leave it on the counter for you. And I'll clip that one so it doesn't open. Oh, lovely. Those can sit. We're gonna have a little ride again. Whee! Back over here. Ugh. We did it. We iced them. Let me make sure we've got this where I want it. That looks about right. It's the big 3. Oh my god, my hand is a little cramped from that. Some water. And we need to pull out the Rice Krispie treats. Oh yeah, they're 100% ready. I think I know why it said oil instead of butter, because the butter has solidified. That's okay. Just work it out from both sides. De-stick it. There we go. That needs to be cleaned. This needs to be cleaned. Set them over here because the sink is kind of looking a little full. But yeah, like I thought, the parchment paper just pulls away. Oh, oh. You can already see. I'm folding this under because it's very much full of butter on the other side. You can very much see the layers already. And you know what? The knife we set aside over here. Gonna give it a good rinse with hot water. Once the water heats up. Smeagol's gonna be crying any minute now for his wet food that he hasn't had. And the reason I'm heating it is because it'll help go through the marshmallow a little bit. Beautiful. I'm roughly going down the middle. I almost feel like I want a bigger knife. I also definitely want a cutting board because the parchment paper is not going to stop me from hitting the island. Thank you, Dova. Danny. I will slowly get my brain around it. It's just gonna take a while. They're very satisfying to cut. Am I cutting them evenly? No. Does it matter? Also no. It's good enough. Oh my gosh. That looks fantastic. That looks amazing. Oh, let's go. They are done. They are done. I'm gonna eat one of the raggedy corner pieces. I'm gonna cut it into sections if you would like to come out and try the corner piece, Seamus. Look at that, you guys. It's so pretty. That is a Rice Krispie treat. That is fantastic. You'll come try a corner piece? Let's go, dragon. Thank you, Tootie. Oh my god, it tastes so good. This is a solid recipe for Rice Krispie treats. This was really fun to do. It is a rainbow cake, Bubbly. These are delicious. I love Rice Krispie treats. Hi, Wazzo. They are gooey. These are gonna make fantastic car snacks if they make it that long. Huzzah for not burning, Bubbly! Phenomenal. I need to rinse my fingers. They got a wee bit sticky. Okay, so we have those. And then just for anybody who wasn't here for the other part, that is the finished cookie. I know the light doesn't want to like show it off very well, but there they are. So we got rainbow cookies and we've got rainbow Rice Krispie treats. I am pleased. I'm very pleased. These are fun. These are a lot of fun. And the color, the actual color doesn't get washed out as much from a distance. And I was right. Now that the purple and the blue are next to each other, it looks purple instead of blue. Just had to be next to each other. Thank you, Wazo. Thank you. So with that being said, it has been almost 5 hours. I would like to get off of my feet. We've got 10 minutes before ads, so I am going to meet you back in as Desktop Sam, and we're gonna find a place to go hang out. So I will be right back. I'm just gonna let you look at these beautiful, beautiful Rice Krispie treats in the meantime. Don't encourage him, Nosfarda. Don't encourage him. He needs absolutely zero encouragement. Zero. You saw nothing. Yeah, you saw nothing. I saw everything. I saw everything. He needs to make sure it's not poison. We both just ate one, Nosfarda. We just ate one. We did the quality control. Oh my gosh, you guys, this was a lot of fun. I really like that Rice Krispie treat recipe. Came out phenomenally. It was super easy even with doing the layers, like, it really wasn't that hard. So 10 out of 10, I definitely recommend making that. Send me a picture in DM. Cute! Love it, Bubbly. All right, we need to find a friend to go hang out with, though. We need to determine where we're gonna go chill. Let's see who's doing the stuff and the things real fast, shall we? Because I do know after a chill baking stream, the general consensus is please don't take us to chaos. So let me look. Let me look. Oh, let me also make sure no more raids come into me because we are getting ready to head out. Ooh, I think I know where we might go. And I haven't raided this person in probably at least a year. But let me just have one final look because I haven't made it to the end of my list. Haven't quite made it. Okay, we're at the end of the list. Yeah, I know where we're gonna go. We are gonna go to some Plate Up. You're welcome, Forever in Shadow, and thank you guys for all of the everything. If you're not already, get your booties in the Discord. Discord is where we hang out. It's where any interruptions to my streaming schedule will be announced. Like today, where I was running behind because it was just not a great night of sleep. Like, they're always in there. My recipes are in there, so if you want to make these Rice Krispie treats, if you want to make the rainbow cookies, all the recipes are in there. Highly recommend being in the Discord. Social media, if you're interested. That first raid message is if you are subscribed, which most of you are now, and the second one with the hearts is if you are not. You guys, thank you so heckin' much for being here. Whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting, you gifted subs, you resubscribed, you newly subscribed, you followed, you rated, you dropped bits, you participated in the hype train, you donated to my throne and bought me a frog onesie. Like, however you were here, however you chose to support, you did, and that really means a lot to me. It really, really means a lot to me, and I just realized that I forgot to switch my closed captioning source back to my mic. That's better. Nobody saw a thing. Probably because the closed captioning wasn't working. Anyways, we are going to bring all of this excitement and all of this hype over to Le Chaton. She is primarily kind of more of a cozy streamer. I found out about her because of Wonk Tootie. She's an absolutely lovely individual. She is doing some Plate Up today, but she's also celebrating her 5-year partnerversary. So we are going into a little bit of a celebration. I think you will really enjoy her vibe. It's cozy, it's fun, it's great. So towards Frognika, oh boy. So let's take this over to her. A reminder, there will be no streams until Friday of this week because Seamus and I are going on vacation. I will get a schedule up in the Discord before the night is out. That way you know what we're playing and when on Friday. And then Sunday should also be a baking stream. Frognika Lives Matter. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm looking forward to having a good vacation. Once again, here are the raid messages. Mandalas if you are subscribed. Hearts if you're not. Let's bring this over to Le Chaton. And you guys, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you take a moment tonight to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you because you matter, friends. I appreciate you all. Bye.